Pirate, and I'm DMing in a forest, laughing back and forth at what my players have to say. Here on Corsair's Cove, we are having such a good time. Oodle-lally, golly. What a burst of satisfaction it brings me to welcome you back to Corsair's Cove for another episode in my Humblewood world for more of Elements and Evil. Never ever thinking there'd be danger in magic water, Daria pushed Charles in just to get it done. Never dreaming that a scheming elemental and its posse John was watching them and thinking it was fun. Karen and her party started running up the big tree, jumping branches, dodging screams and trying to getting in its way. Brendan contemplating nothing but success and finally making it a oodle-lally, golly, what a day. Oodle-lally, golly, what a lovely evening it is to welcome you guys here to Corsair's Cove and my lovely players. Guys, who the absolute heck are you all? Daria, who the heck are you?
I'm Daria. I play Julio, who's a rogue pope extraordinaire, and I'm also an artist who makes the portraits for the channel, and you can commission me if you want.
That's it. I have updated the arts in the middle of the stream, so they are now current stat cards. I have done my best to figure out who the fuck, how many hit points everybody has. I've decided Julio has 86. Because that wasn't, I was just like, it must be because it said 90 on the screen, and then we were like back and forthing. I was like, I'm going to say 86. So congratulations, you have a few more.
I'm going to check. Okay, if I don't have it,
I bumped it up on D&D Beyond as well, because I was like going back and forth on the D&D Beyond. I was like, it says 90 in all of my records. So this is official. As of now, that is how many he has. So at next level up, that will be the number we are progressing from. Eric's got 115. 86.
86.
Yeah.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I was like, that's a lot.
I was like, I'm not
Thank you,
sure
I'll take it.
exactly where it was. So yeah, Cash is on 103. Eric's on 111. Sorry, Bron's on 111. And Eric, for some reason, as a druid, is on 115. He has rolled very well throughout, I think, is the big trick. John, who the heck are you?
I haven't rolled.
Well, yeah.
Chat has rolled.
Chat has rolled.
Hi, I'm John. I play Bron. I am an actor, dancer, dabble in the world of tech sometimes when I can, and when I can get paid. Hooray, paid!
Yay!
Yay!
Money.
Yeah. Currently, that's me. We'll see what happens with my fist of wood. The character's fist of wood, not mine.
The
You
lines are
heard
getting
it
very
here.
blurry.
Your wooden appendage is somewhere else.
It's everywhere else.
Oh. Did it explode? Karen, who the heck are you?
Hello, I'm Karen, the mother of bunnies. I have no fists of wood in D&D or real life. I do have a crippling internet addiction. I've also been known to write and perform sometimes for the lulz, and occasionally the money. Yeah, you can find me here usually on Tuesday nights, where I'm currently playing Skyrim and panicking whenever I go into combat because I just can't get over the fact I'm not allowed to do things in turn-based strategy. It's just not fair. I just flair with my mace and remember to save. Sometimes.
Save's coming.
Totally fair. She is getting much better at the saving. And
It's not
Brendan.
saves coming, it's a logical strategy when death may be coming at any moment.
Yeah. Brendan, who the heck are you?
Hello, I'm Brendan. I'm an actor and a director and a player and a DM and a laugher, and I'm entirely made of wood.
Ooh.
Delicious.
That would explain some things.
And I'd be Josh.
Yeah,
the
sorry
Pirate.
about that one time, but not the other time.
I'd be Josh the Pirate. You can find me here on my channel, Corsair's Cove, where I run D&D and other RPG-related games with my lovely wife Karen, the mother of bunnies, and all my splendid friends. But you know that because you're here. You've done it already. You've come. You've been. You've joined. And it's lovely to have you. At the moment, we are also running Candlekeep Christmas. That's not the jingle. That's a thing.
It is now!
We will be.
Pretty sure
back
that
on-
was Muppet Babies.
We will be back on Monday night for more Candlekeep. Currently, the gang have found themselves in a little town called Bodrum, where things keep going missing, and they've located, or at least they think they've figured out what it is they're actually there to find. Unfortunately, it has been stolen, presumably, but not necessarily, by kobolds. They did encounter 3 kobolds in a trench coat. Those kobolds were called Quobold, Kobold, and Quobold. Yeah, hilarity ensued. Yeah, they'll be back for more of that on Monday night. We have a couple of lovely groups of beans that support us. Troll Lord Games give us lovely giveaways to give away sometimes. They are the creators of the Castles and Crusades system. They're also the last publishing house for the great Gary Gygax, so check out their stuff at trolllord.com. And Wooden Forge Gaming Accessories can be found at woodenforge.com/Corsairs Cove for beautiful things like this gorgeous Jared Dice Keeper. They make many, many beautiful things out of solid woods, Australian woods, often reclaimed woods, lovely woods. But they don't make fists yet. I will see about that one, actually. I could probably commission one. They'll do most things for money. Who wouldn't? What else do we need to
That's
talk
how
about?
I got my stuff.
Karen, can you tell us about the Ukraine, please?
I can. Depressingly, the war in Ukraine continues to be just that, a war that is happening in Ukraine. And like many wars, it has negative side effects. What a shock. What isn't shocking is that some lovely people out there in the universe are trying to help. So if you have some spare pennies rattling around your digital wallet, you can follow the link in chat to go to the Ukraine Crisis Appeal being run by the Red Cross and give it to them, and they will do some good with it this Christmas-tide seasony stuff.
Lovely.
That was very inarticulate. I am tired.
It'll do.
My apologies.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, 4 years now that's been going on with?
Jesus.
Yeah, it's quite a while.
Remember when everyone was like,
Anniversary.
remember when everyone was like, oh, it's going to be over so fast. Ukraine doesn't have a chance.
I mean, I kind of wish they had more of a chance. But yeah, they are doing splendidly well, given the disparities incumbent in the system. And I am, for all that it sucks that it is a war in Ukraine, I'm glad it has remained a war in Ukraine. There is. It would be better if it wasn't a war, but the Ukraine part can stay. So yeah, let's not make it a war anywhere else. We don't need to bring all of the rest of NATO in on that. If you have any interest in watching all the previous episodes you may have missed, you can check out our YouTube, where you can catch up on all the previous 200-something episodes of Humblewood now. We also have a Discord if you want to come and hang out with us there. If you do, come along, announce yourself, tell us where we might know you, otherwise I might not verify you, because some people show up and I'm just like, bot, maybe? And sometimes I don't like immediately ban, but if they start misbehaving, then it is a ban. And if we, what else, the other thing? Socials. We have those. If you want to follow us there, we've got all the links up in chat. There you go. Boom. Guys, what the absolute heck happened last time?
Wow. It was a very exciting session, as they usually are. My first note that I wrote down is bronze-shaped blur just hitting things. So we got off to a good start. Charles had been submerged in the elemental pool and had then turned into a terrifying thing bent on destruction. And as we may suspect, Bron had immediately started hitting him. And we also found out around about that time that Kesh and Julio are up to 8 points of elemental corruption. In brackets, whatever that means.
Well, Julio grew antlers.
He did, but that was later. At this point in the session, we didn't know what it meant. We found out later. You were just like, you have 8 points of elemental corruption. And we're like, cool, is that good? Is that bad?
No.
But eventually, presumably after Ron had hit him a sufficient amount of times, Charles fled into the tree. Literally into the Alderheart, and we could see the trail of corruption as he penetrated the thick wood and through the elemental kind of, the Alderheart elementals. They were like, it's trying to take over the tree. And it's heading for either the life node or the branches. And because the life node was closer, we're all like, well, let's sprint to the life node. And by we, I mean Julio and Bron, because they can run really fast.
Sometimes.
And they did run really fast, and found that Jenna, the Gaspard, the daughter of Gaspard, and some other pilgrims were like maintaining a force field around the node to try and stop the corruption from being able to get in, which was very cool of them. And Julio did a little prayer to Gaspard, and then conjured a magical hut to help reinforce the force field, which is very cool. It turned into the Wayward Woodland Creatures, the home for Wayward Woodland Creatures, which is also very sweet. And because Eric runs a little slower than the rest of us, he was busy casting a 7th level regenerate spell on himself. So over everything else I'm about to describe, Eric is slowly healing 1 hit point at a time. Very sensible decision. So having ascertained that the Charles corruption, which sounds really weird to say when knowing that, you know, the current king of the United Kingdom is Charles. The Charles corruption clearly is not going to get into the life node anytime soon, so it's probably actually heading for the branches. So Eric used travel between plants to take us directly to the problem. We've felt that tree swaying above us and people screaming. It's not going well, but the travel between plants affects us slightly differently because of the elemental corruption. Oh, the danger appears. Kesh hears something hungry muttering wordlessly in her mind, just a little off-putting. It also takes an upsettingly long time to her kind of perception to travel. Julio has grown some antlers and also his own personal breeze to waft around them, which honestly doesn't feel good or bad, it just feels like a thing, so we'll have to see how that one pans out. So when we get to the branches, Charles appears to be possessing one of the whole branches, which is now thrashing around, dislodging hapless citizens, and generally making trouble. Luckily, as we were reminded, the Older Heart has a whole team of Featherfall wizards to, cast Featherfall on anyone dumb enough to fall out of the tree or be flung by a crazed elemental. And they are earning their overtime, featherfalling all the poor bastards being flung off the tree right now. So Eric decides to go hard or go home, and activates Fire Shield and does his best to draw attention to himself by basically being, oh look, I'm Eric and I'm on fire, why didn't you hit me? And then Bron's like, hey, I've got a great idea, I'm gonna make you enormous, so you'll be an enormous flaming target. So naturally the tree throws him off. And Eric gets to go on a lovely little fall. But, because he's got that whole regenerate thing going, you can't keep a good man down. He's back up, announcing that he's about to be the biggest problem in this tree. Actually, I believe there was some gliding to get back onto a branch, and then he was like, you have no idea how big of a problem I'm about to be for you, and then tries to throw him off again, and Eric was like, no, you don't get me twice.
Then he got Bron twice.
Then he got me twice, yeah. No. Twice?
No, just once, but you were you are now unconscious, and I think in free fall.
Bron took an interesting approach by punching his own arm down the mutant tree mouth that Charles has manifested. It does hurt Charles
thing so far.
But Bron also fuses to the mutant tree mouth, which is upsetting, forcing Julio to cut him free, which Charles doesn't enjoy. And Bron now has a giant kind of wooden knobble instead of a hand. Which, could be handy, could be not.
It's not
Eric
handy.
said some more sassy things. I managed not to take any damage in this combat.
Yeah.
I just shot at it, and occasionally I hit, and
when
would
you
do
did,
damage.
problems.
Holy shit, yeah.
I missed a bit, and then I hit and did. I noted that my best was 61 points of damage in a single shot.
That's crazy.
It's
That's
so good.
crazy.
Stacking those things.
Just so you know, I can only hope to achieve that with a natural 20 and all of my sneak. And you can do that on one shot. That's crazy.
I say, occasionally I work
That was
well.
a crit, but yeah.
And I'm just going to read this this quote verbatim because I like the turn of phrase. Bron gets hit so hard that he remembers what he forgot all those years ago.
Yeah, he does.
He briefly remembers his parents. So we'll see how that little bit of childhood trauma is going to play out. Julio also gets knocked off the tree, but decides to create himself a rudimentary trampoline out of vines. Actually, I believe the tenders did it.
The tenders did it for Eric, and then Julio landed in it.
Yeah, yeah. The tenders had made Eric essentially a vine net, and then Julio used it and decided to upgrade it to a trampoline so he could bounce back up into the tree. Which is very clever. And then Eric
it was
like,
full bullshit, but DM was like, fuck it.
rule of cool, man.
Talking about rule of cool.
Like, for the last time, we did not order a giant trampoline. And then Eric's all like, Colonel Glitterweave's gonna make the shot. She's gonna kill her. And I was like, don't jinx me, man. It's been like all or nothing over here. But fortunately for us, it is not nothing. And I shoot it again. And the Elder Heart is finally strong enough to yank the parasitic growth out of itself and then sucks the elemental energy right out of it. So a lot of people have been forcibly rehomed, but we have succeeded in defeating the Charles corruption that was plaguing the tree.
At great cost.
Can I lodge an official complaint? Karen is too good at summaries, remembers too much, and actually takes notes, and that makes me look bad. So,
Noted.
DM, stop her. No, DM. Something.
This was actually a pretty dodgy note-taking session. I didn't mention, me like directing the rallies and missing a bunch of times at all.
Oh, so skillful missing details to ignore her own failures.
I was too annoyed to write it down.
You were also running the stream at the time as well, which is a big thing to remember.
I was multitasking furiously.
Yeah, cool. Well, guys, may your co-workers weave magical vine trampolines at your behest, and all your hands not be turned into solid chunks of wood, as we head tremulously at first, and then with mounting heat and passion, into the Humblewood. So, we return to the canopy of the Alderheart, and the aftermath of a mighty battle. A limb neighborhood has been torn from the great tree, the raging air elemental possessing it slain. Where we left it, the Alderheart was holding one of its own limbs, essentially, above its canopy, and a creaking, almost roar emits from the trunk itself, this sort of sub-audible bellow it just shakes the air itself. You are all kind of shaken, except Bron, who is rolling death saves.
Stirred.
Oh shit.
And I think in free fall.
No, I think I was on the branch. It smacked me downwards. It didn't knock me off. It just kind of.
But then the.
Then the shake happened.
Yeah, and then the tree kind of wrenched the thing off, and Bron is unconscious and in free fall. What do you do about that?
How far is he currently? Because I have healing word on me.
Yeah.
Healing shout.
Get up!
Get out!
I'm going to roll for it.
Just yell at him, don't die, stand up!
Yeah,
exclamation
just
mark,
don't!
roll
You're making a
space,
spectacle of yourself.
120.
Where are those grunting men? Tell them to shut up.
Ron is 42 feet away from you, Julio.
Oh, lovely, because it's 60 feet distance, so I'm gonna bonus action healing word a boy and say, you need to get up! Get up! And it's tiny, pedaling, like little middling little 6 points, but you're not dying, so.
It's,
Bron, you feel 6 better, and that failed death save is no longer applicable.
I failed it, folks.
6 hit points on a healing word is actually not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's almost half.
I'm gonna call for the tenders to catch that man.
I assume Bron wakes up and screams, probably, from being in midair.
I'm just falling, yeah.
Falling,
yeah,
yeah.
Bron, you're about a kilometer up and in free fall. The tenders need to make, and this is tricky, Brendan. This will be a your spell attack against Bron's armor.
Oh no!
Okay.
I mean, sure.
I mean, if it makes any difference, I would say to them, dive and catch him, because we don't need him back up on the tree. But I am going to do a spell attack because I think that is funny.
Got a plus 10. An 18. Not so
an
great.
18.
Oh, wait. Can I? No. Or maybe.
Use the flash of genius.
Can I flash of genius? Yeah. That'll
Yeah,
give
I
him
mean,
5.
so Bron, you see these whipping vine tendrils sort of lash down towards you. A lot of things come crashing back very quickly. And one of them is... before...
I feel like this is like Spider-Man in the mirror dimension doing geometry to like Bron arranging himself in a certain way to get maximize the vines.
I apologize though. Something happens beforehand. Bron, you are drifting. You're sort of before you wake up, while you're unconscious, you are drifting. It's sort of a haze, a green fog. You hear a woman calling your name. The voice sounds young. Bron? Bron, are you there, little one? And appearing sort of over your face is, or rather, no, it is a door is opened. A door with those sort of slats, so it's not a solid door. It's you can't see out of it, but light is shining through obliquely. It's a distance away, and it wasn't there until it was opened. And standing in this doorway is a Vulpin woman. You would guess in her late 20s. She's wearing plain but well-made clothes, an apron like smeared with flour across her, like tied around her, and she sticks her head around the door and says, "There you are, playing hide and seek again. Come on out. I've made cookies." And you walk out, and from behind you, still possibly you're a little confused, then something swoops in and grabs you. Its huge hands wrapped around your waist, and you are hoisted off the ground as she turns and looks, a look of fear crossing her face, and very quickly you realize it's oh no! As a roaring bellow, a pair of furred arms drag you up and sort of wrestle you down into a bear hug, and you hear, "There's my boy," in your ear. The woman turns and sort of like, "Oh no, what a horrible," like, just sort of, it's a play act, and it has the ring of familiarity to you. She comes back toward you, and the three of you hug. She joins the bear hug, making you the filling of a sandwich. And then all of a sudden you hear, "Wake up!" And you come crashing back to, with one, your eyes blink, and the next you are falling. You are in free fall, tumbling down, the wind rushing past your hair, a booming roar of victory, penetrated by "Wake up!" a high-pitched mouse voice screaming at you, and you feel just a little bit invigorated. You sort of spin, sort of writhe in the air, turn around, and these hugely long vines, creepers, slash down towards you, each one failing to grapple onto you, and then you reach out and snag one. You just sort of... Yes?
Can I add, maybe I've been trying to grab them with my hands, it's not working, but then I do the bear hug from the memory. I'm
going to say one more element to it, though. Bron gets a flash of genius and directs his thunder gauntlets behind him and full bore Iron Mans it, just one poof, which just pushes him up just enough that he can wrap his arms around and bear hug this vine, which then wraps itself around him, and in the faintest, the most fleeting glimpse of that sensation of being hugged, you're winched back up the tree. And the panic probably doesn't fade until you really get to the stump of the branch that you were fighting on just moments before. But Bron, when you get there, you reassess, you sort of examine your own memories, and all you can remember is the sensation of being hugged.
Oh.
You know that you remembered something. You are acutely aware that you have forgotten something, but you can't remember what it was. There is that maddening splinter in your mind that there is something absolutely missing, and that calm is gone. You now... The calm that you, Bron, has always felt, the chill about not remembering, about not having, is gone. And now it's like when you've had I don't know if you have this experience, but when you've had a tooth pulled or a tooth fall out, and you're just constantly, because it's unusual and it's unfamiliar, you're playing with that hole with your tongue. It's that, but your mind. There's a hole in your mind, and you can't not just poke at it and go like, why? What's wrong? This is different. What's going on here? And all that you can remember in that hole is the sensation of being hugged.
Yep.
Bron is winched back up. Julio, Eric are badly battered and bruised. Kesh, for once, is looking really quite fine, actually. Yeah, there is pandemonium up here. There is screams, tears. I'm trying to build a Sirenscape soundscape, but Sirenscape is being a little slow today. But yeah, screams and pandemonium abound as I'm gonna see if I can't. My camera keeps doing something stupid. It's not the riotous yells I wanted. Not that one. Yeah. What do you do?
Cash should probably check on her team. That, they're not about to die on her. That would probably be a good place to start. So, just dashing over to them, being like, the little cheek pat, like, you okay? You okay? Do you need healing? You good?
In response to that, if all four of us together, my feathers will kind of ruffle and stand on end, and this blast of warm air will surround us, and I'm going to cast Mass Cure Wounds.
Damn. Okay.
For 15 plus Hope helping 21.
Amazing.
Nice. Almost doubled my current HP.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, it's tripled mine.
Yo! Oh, well, we're not doing great. If I... Does anyone need help with, like, checking people over and such? Because I have guidance, and I have 1 bardic inspiration still.
Kesh, I feel like you're probably directing. There is, I mean, emergency services and first responders are gathering by the second. There are 3 distinct groups of individuals coming along specifically to help. One are the officials, the perch guard, the sort of whose job it is to help the people. The second is the tenders, whose job it is to help the tree, though they are somewhat understaffed in All the Heart right now. Yeah, there is still a good dozen of them there. And the third would be the faithful, who have begun to appear, basically. And many seem to be just operating in a daze. And have... there are several who are applying a sort of balm. It's something that looks like it's been made of Alderheart's sap, but they've got it in buckets, and they are pouring it on the wound left in the tree. More than a dozen have already arrived. A few with the sort of coherence to actually look confused at their presence, but they still like going to the hole and pouring buckets of tree sap on this wound. The wound is a crater 50 feet across. No, more like 100. And sort of, it's a sort of concave dome in the side of the tree. You could just about walk down it. Obviously, it's shattered, splintered bits of wood jutting out of it as well. Though, currently the focus is very much on the people who have fallen, and there looks like there is a lot of people down below who are assisting with. A lot of people fell. You would say at least 100 people were dislodged from the branch. It was a small neighborhood, but a decent sized population.
And have all the like Featherfall wizards did they get everyone? Is anyone like splattered on the ground?
From this distance, it's actually impossible to tell.
Okay.
You hope so. The range on Featherfall is about 120 feet. Though they would be trained in casting it a little bit further. Because 120 feet doesn't necessarily do you a huge amount of good. A couple of them actually took to the wing and were sort of gliding and casting to get as many as they could, which is the standard technique. But a few of them stayed up the top. They were like, we can't go until we know everyone's been dropped. Otherwise, we'll just be standing underneath like playing catch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go coordinate with the tenders who are here with a priority on helping the injured and maybe like making some more bows a little ways under to help to catch people and stuff. The older heart isn't in urgent need right now. We can give urgent need to people who are dying, and then tend to the older heart after the fact. So once we do that huddle and we do that burst of healing, I'm then gonna run away again.
I feel since Kesh is like technically her bag is like organization, she will be like basically if anyone's like looking confused or not sure, she'll kind of use her best judgment to direct them where they should be going. And I think she would also be specifically noting if there was anything on that branch, apart from like obviously there were people's homes, but was there anything like else that's like important that might need to be addressed? Like, I don't know, was there a bank there? Was, you know,
there would have
I
been
don't know, the
some
municipal
small businesses,
swimming pool was
nothing
was,
of major
yeah.
note.
Was there any infrastructure that might be missed if it's suddenly absent?
Yeah. Very well. Cool.
If I may, I'm gonna spend some time just communing with Aldehard just to check if the bad influence is gone. If there's anything that needs attending within.
Yeah, Bron?
I think, particularly if it's going to take time, I don't think Bron's actually got the capacity to actually help at all. I think he is confused. So he's probably going to stick with Julio to just in case something goes wrong. But really, it just gives him a chance to sit.
Yeah. Well, so Bron, I think Julio, you instinctively, possibly guided by the Older Heart, actually definitely guided by the Older Heart, you head into the wound. And at the center of it, you sort of kneel down. And you... This thing... It's so much loud. I think crowd is great. I want to do this further. Particularly as Julio is now communing with the tree, so the cloud can quietly. And then it stops. Cheering, sound effect very loud. Yeah, sorry about that. It was rather. Yeah, Julio, you sort of kneel down. Hey, Tony, good to see you. Hey, Watchful Wizard. You kneel in the wound of it and sort of rest your palm against the tree. Your antlers, what better word for them, resonate. You feel like a tuning fork. And the wind rustling around them shuffles the petals in your cloak, and for the first time actually affects somebody else. Bron, who has stuck to Julio and just standing behind him, Bron, your fur is stirred by this same breeze, and the two of you are pulled into a second vision. Bron's second in less than a couple of minutes, but
Oh boy.
It's not so much less of a liminal state. However, it's more you sort of zone out and feel this connection. There is things fade around you, and the noises fade basically, and you are capable of discerning the meaning of the thrumming in the tree. The tree is enervated. The tree is bursting with power. You hear, both of you hear, victory, success, did to it what it tried to do to me. In fact, it would say us.
Quick bilingual pause. Enervate Enervated means it's sapped of energy. No.
No. Very, very much the opposite. Extremely powered, energized.
There's two words that are
okay.
very similar, and I always get them mixed up. Yeah, one of them, they mean the opposite
is
of
it
each other.
double N or is it one N?
Yes, I think double N. I can't remember.
Oh, because
Yeah.
one N is it's sapped of energy. I think you mean
It's
innervated.
innovate versus innovate.
Yeah.
And
enervated.
It's
yeah.
I-double-N versus E.
Yeah, I see. Now I see. I was like, I do not know what's happening.
Yeah.
Which has nothing to do with innovate, which is to be creative.
Yeah.
English has a lot of words.
Yeah.
Daria, I can't believe you don't understand our language 100%.
I am so sorry. Anyway, this sounds like the tree is triumphant.
It is. Yeah. Thought it would be a trap. It was.
For it. Up top. Oh, you're a tree. Up top, run.
A branch slaps your hand.
Let's go. High five from
Well,
the
it's actually
fight.
a rotten. It's one of those bits of one of the broken bits of wood just jutting out. This it is essentially when you tear wood apart, you get all that sort of like jagged bits and pieces. One of those just goes.
Nice.
And yeah, need help. Anchor. You've done you have done this before. You too. Yeah, that's what it says.
Bron, any thoughts?
Anchor the power.
None at all.
Anchor this power. And looking, Julio, you, both of you can sense it is air magic. There is a huge amount of air magic in this area, in this chunk of tree.
Oh, would this be like Bron suddenly realizes, wait, like Slime Lord in the basement, when we turned how did we do it? We did that with the life node and a fuck ton of cable, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
This is gonna need a lot more. Jesus.
Yes. Well, I have an idea. Maybe this is not a permanent solution, but air is a very good conduit to sound, to music. If I have the time while Eric and Kesh are helping the people, I will try to disseminate the energy so it fuels the tree itself. And I would like to try Song of Rest. So I'm gonna do a Song of Rest. I'm gonna basically meditate inside the tree, and I'm gonna, as a bard would, do like a liturgy. Like a liturgy of like a religious song that I want to spread, because as I am a tuning fork now, it only makes sense for me that through sound I can make the waves of sonic energy go through the tree.
That is very, very clever. Very, very good. Julio, you begin to sing. You don't, I think, the first few lines of a song had formed in your mind before you began, but you're like, I'm not sure how this is going to go. And the words just keep coming to you. Bron, after about 30 seconds or so, Julio's words stop being common. Julio is now speaking primordial.
Ooh.
A new dialect of primordial.
Let's go!
Julio is channeling at first Orin, and then the words slowly shift to wood, the language of the primordial wood. and this is the first word of it that comes out of his mouth. You can feel at first, his singing, it seems to spread a calm across the area. The screams fade. Everybody just sort of takes a moment. Everyone slows down a little bit. Things become less frantic. Things become more calm. Julio is in a huge amphitheater.
Mm-hmm.
It is, and everything, including the jagged bits of wood within it, smooth. The pieces of bark that have been torn asunder slowly sort of lay flat and form themselves into concentric rings. As Julio begins to sing, then the first time a non-common, as a non-birdfolk word slips out of his mouth, there is a sort of, again, a subsonic boom that ripples through the air, and he is speaking Oran. Not all the words, but occasionally an Oran word comes out. Its meaning still clear. It doesn't disrupt the liturgy that he is pelting out, but it seems to tame the very air itself, wrapping the air around the tree, and then slowly, as more and more Oran words come out, the wind whips faster and faster, but without disturbing anything. It's like the wind is now moving gently around the tree. Gently, but very, very powerfully. Then Julio's song changes again, and there is a wash of warmth at the first Alden word as it comes out of his mouth. And you all regain 8 hit points.
Nice.
As this burst of energy revivifies, rejuvenates you all a little bit. Julio, your antlers at this exact moment sprout leaves.
Nice.
The wind around them still tame, still very much there, but tamed and focused. A key part of your magic from now on. And shortly after this, those that brought the sap before begin singing along. Some produce instruments, and soon a small orchestra, accompanied by a decent-sized choir, is singing a hymn in a language none of them understand or spoke before today, in this huge hollowed amphitheater in the side of this great tree. All the work around continues with purpose and vigor, but quietly, respectfully, and calmly, as Kesh directs the civilian infrastructure while Eric directs the emergency services. And behind Julio stands Bron, his hand on one shoulder, just drinking it in. Do you have anything you wish to add to the scene?
No, I don't think Bron has the capability at this point in time to add much to that. Maybe if the sound needed help, then he could build something, but it doesn't. So he doesn't need to.
Yeah. Then he is standing simply guard, sentinel, and protector over the Pope. Very well. This takes a couple of hours before things are well in hand and everybody has sort of found their roles, their tasks. And you guys are free to go about your business a little bit. The tree Julio, about 45 minutes into your song, an altar slowly forms in the center of this. It's the only way to describe it. Though, no, sorry, I'm going to change that. It is a very small archway. They're bits of wood, but they are shaped like mammoth tusks that meet at the point, forming an archway. It is roughly, it's about hip height for Bron, so it's a little tall for Julio, but and the top is flat enough you could put things on it. But where it meets the tree, it forms a gateway. And from it, gusts of chill air come. This is an air node.
Oh.
That's really cool.
Orbiting around it are chunks of tree and stone. Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
At the end of the ritual of the Song of Rest, I will for sure try to find Kesh and Eric and be like, check this out. We're noted up.
I have one more final detail, actually. There are roots that grow into it.
Nice.
In a similar fashion to the life node. And the tree, I think the big trick, the big thing that does need to be dealt with, and it is something something Eric is, I think the tenders do take charge of, is the tree was holding a branch of itself, easily 400 feet long. And the tenders need to get it down. There are enough people below that it's impossible to just drop it. So it needs to sort of be lowered down. The tree isn't technically animate. And it's not part of the tree anymore. What would the tenders do?
Well, I'll tell you what Eric would do. Hey, Braun, you're something of an engineer. We have a problem that fits into your skill set.
Good, yeah.
And the intention is not to palm it off to Bron, but to collaborate with Bron in using his engineering and the tender's use of nature-based magics.
Yeah. I also think Eric's passive insight is very high, and he is probably clocked that Bron is a little bit off.
Yeah. Eric could very easily come up with an idea between him and the tenders, but this is Bron's wheelhouse, and it seems silly to not
utilize the thing you've got.
Yeah, I think Bron would probably at this point welcome a distraction, and just he might not come up with the big idea, but it certainly would be happy to lend enthusiastic assistance.
Yeah,
wherever he can.
So, I've got an idea which is really fucking stupid.
Well, let's see
if ones are. Yep.
And I don't know if I even necessarily have the spell slots, but maybe the rest of the tenders can help me fudge that. The idea that comes to mind is using transport via plants put the branch of the older heart into the older heart so that it comes out of the older heart at
reattach it.
Or potentially even to go inside and not come back out and to reabsorb itself. But one or the other.
Yeah.
Can I throw in another absurd idea in? And this is just spitballing at this point, but this is a gigantic branch from Alderheart.
Yes.
It would be baller to make a ship out of. We don't have a water node. We don't have any connection to the water plane yet.
Oh my god.
Just saying.
That is a good idea. When you started talking, I was like, oh, we could put it elsewhere in the woods to be like a mission, basically. But,
yeah. The arc.
But that's a mobile idea of it. So, if Julio was to voice that, then I mean we would do that or reabsorb it. But I like that idea.
Yeah, just up there in case you guys think it's something.
Bron's gonna raise the idea. Do we need to? Do we need to remove the homes from it before we turn it into an arc first?
I mean, I'm sure people want to get their stuff.
Yeah, maybe we should begin by just removing the personal effects.
Yeah, I feel like let's begin by
lowering
getting
it
it
to
onto
the
ground so we can.
Oh, that too. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's Bron all over. No one can figure this out better than an engineer.
Sure, we've already got a trampoline.
Oh my god!
Trampoline it down.
If Bron says that, that actually, Gabby would probably be there as well and would say, actually, that's not an awful idea. We could just sort of slowly, like, more trampolines underneath it and just lower it down a bounce at a time. That could work.
Cool.
We need like an awful lot of Spider-Man strings, but yeah.
I mean, how many of us are there available? We could essentially planned growth it down, have
sort of glue it to the side
grow
and just
from the outer heart and pass it among themselves to get to the bottom.
I have Thorn Whip. That will help.
Bron, can you rig
Bron,
like
that will help.
A serious winch as a safety line if we get Kesh to like rustle you up some. Oh wow, big raid from the Lost Archives. Raid. Every red emotes up in chat, everybody. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. It was your Christmas stream, your Christmas Curse of Strahd. Not an interesting combo. Interesting mix. Not sure I necessarily have done that myself, but that's an interesting one. How was it? Thank you for joining us, you bloody champions. Good on you. Hey, Owen. Nice to see you, mate. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, good to see you. Lovely folks. We are playing Humblewood. The guys have just defeated a massive air elemental that kind of possessed the tree they live in a bit. The tree has gotten better, but the one of the branches now needs lowering about 1,000 feet down the tree, and the gang are working out how to do that. Of course, they come right when I need to get going. Again, well, never mind, Tony. If you need to get going, mate, you take care of yourself. Have a lovely day. But thank you very much for joining us, you bloody champions. We certainly will, mate. Have a lovely look. Yeah, let's have a shout out at the last. You can tell how long it's been since I did that, because since I run streams. Because last night we got raided twice and I didn't do shout outs, and I should have. Shout out for the Lost Archives, guys. If you want some more D&D in your lives, check out Owen at the Lost Archives. He does some fantastic D&D and also Avatar. And so if you like those stuff, go check out those stuff. And we will get back to the game. Yeah, Gabby says, Bron, can you engineer a like giant pulley that we can lash onto that one? If Kesh, maybe could you rustle up like a butt ton of rope? And we'll sort of belay it down the tree using plant growth to sort of lock it in place as we go. I think that sounds like a great plan.
Do you need a metric butt ton or an imperial butt ton?
Oh, always metric. The imperial system is arcane. Like, whichever wizard came up with it. It was definitely a wizard, not a sorcerer. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, cool. So the fun thing about pulleys is the more returns you have, the more you spread out the load. And there's a lot of branches. This is just going to look like a spider web by the end of it.
I mean, good. I probably should.
Yeah. The tree can lift its own damn limb down.
The tree can actually do that. The tree will obviously assist, but it's not a fast thing. For it is the tree's At's Haderach.
Bron makes the joke and then like jokingly pats the tree like, heh, there.
The tree is so energized. It probably has the energy to do this. And Julio would probably bring up the whole, that could be a boat. Fucking pirates every time. You reckon that could be a boat? Every time you see a large lump of wood, you're like, I reckon that could be a boat. At least Arthur's not here. So you guys lower it down. I'd say, Eric, a couple of spell slots need to be expended to do that, but yeah, not all of them. Enough tenders get involved. It's probably, I would have said, at the high point of it, something like 1/10 of the population is assisting with this enterprise at one point, just because many hands make tree go down. And no one wants to get crushed to death. The death toll is light, though it's not none. Only a few fell to their deaths. Kesh at one point encounters a quite dispirited-looking young wizard, a raptor, who is sitting on a branch, or sitting on a root rather, at the bottom of the tree, just after the branch is finally lowered down, and she is just slumped, exhausted, and there is blood on her hands. She looks up and sort of startled as you approach, and she sort of shakes herself and stands up, and she's non-military, but she does a civilian's equivalent of a civilian's version of a salute, and a slight blood stain is left in the feathers of her forehead. As she says, "Well done, Colonel. Good job up there."
Are you all right?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm not.
Yeah.
Colonel, how do you deal with it?
Deal with what specifically?
You make choices, right? You're a military commander. You make choices, and sometimes the people that you make choices about get hurt. There was. So I dove. There were too many people, and a lot of them were out of reach. So I went. It was my turn. I dove, and I went after some, and I had to choose. I couldn't reach both, and I saw a woman clutching a baby, and I was like, well, there you go. That's the choice. 2 for 1. And the other woman, well, I haven't found her. But when you fall that far, and I'm not one of those people who says that humble folk shouldn't live in the tree. They absolutely have a right and a place up here. But it's dangerous.
What's your name?
Vera.
Vera. I want you to think about something. And I'm not going to tell you it's going to make you feel fine. It probably won't. Because it's okay to be upset that you weren't able to do everything you wanted to do. But I want you to think about what would have happened if you hadn't been there at all. And if you hadn't done anything. And how much worse that would have been for everybody. So even though you feel like you didn't do enough, you did so much. Can I give her a hug? Will she let me hug her?
You can. She needs it.
Yeah, I'll give her a big old hug as well.
Yeah. And yeah, Kesh, you wrap this. This woman is a little shorter than you. Raptors tend to be a bit smaller. And yeah, so you're fully capable of just wrapping her in a hug. And she initially goes like quite tense. And then she just sort of leans against you, and it's silent, but there is a shuddering of crying into your shoulder that lasts about 20 seconds, and then she sort of gathers herself, and you feel a deep breath, and then she pulls back gently, and says, "Thank you."
It's alright.
How do you do it, though?
God, the temptation to be flippant to break that moment of genuine tragedy is really strong. And say something like, "Oh, I drink a lot."
Do you have someone to hug you?
Oh, I have several someones, which is good. And I always try to focus on the positive that has been created.
Well, you've created a lot of positive.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Vera.
There's a small but loud group of people who think that everything that's gone on recently is ridiculous, and it's all I mean, a lot of the fault is being put at your feet. You and Mr. Switchgear and Mr. Ashbourne. But
For some of us, they're right. Sorry.
Yeah, that's so.
I'm like, yeah, very sad.
Your reservations about me are entirely justified.
But yeah, I think you guys are heroes.
Oh, Vera,
I think this stuff was coming anyway, and if you hadn't been here, I don't know what would have happened.
Well, we're all trying to do our best, including you, Vera.
Well, I'm gonna go and help clear out some of these homes because, well, who wants to live in a tree that attacked everybody?
Suboptimal.
And she wipes her beak and goes on her merry. It was not jolly at all, but yes, goes on her way. By this point, it is mid-afternoon. The sky was unusually dark, like the color had been drained out of it. It wasn't as in, sorry, the sun hadn't faded. It was still bright, but it was sort of lacking in color, I suppose. It had almost gone sort of sepia. Muted, yeah. Let's hug it, Jason, Karen. And that hasn't really faded. But yeah, it is sort of mid-afternoon. You've been told that there will be that your presence is requested in the evening, but you've got a couple of hours yet. What would you do with your down on the ground time?
Have we? No, hang on.
And just to check, our presence is needed in the roots for the whole
in the
shebang,
canopy,
right?
for a meeting.
Oh, meeting with the big wigs.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, and we don't have a specific time for the roots meeting where
No.
like all the okay. I assume that as a pope, I'm supposed to be at the meeting as well for the canopy.
Yeah,
assume.
you are very much invited. It's kind of, you're the
I
point
think
of
it's
it.
slightly necessary there.
Yeah. fair. I can't just oh no, I'm so busy.
As the tree's primary vessel on this plane, and any plane really.
Yeah.
Like, isn't there a tree pope? Ah, he's very busy. He had a lot on tonight. Couldn't make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's sleeping off being knocked unconscious twice by a neighborhood.
Yep. Well, I'm not gonna do much. I will do it. I will make a quick trip for the roots, but no need to roleplay it. I was just wondering how they're doing, if any of the like aftershocks came through the roots. So I'll do like a couple rounds to gather information and calm people down in terms of the crisis is averted. The cool song you heard from the branches, that was us. Check us on Bandcamp, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Then I'll make myself available to Kesh.
Julio, you when you get to the roots, you find you I think probably your primary concern was the your temple and also the node. The node has refilled. The water in the pool there has refilled itself. However, now rather than clear, it is a sort of milky white.
I know what that is.
It's probably residual air magic. It might clear.
A little salty.
It's
a little bitter.
No. No, it's water.
It is Charles's bathwater.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I do have a question. Do the wood spirits that were fighting with us and against us, are they still here, or did they get sucked back in?
2 are. The third died, or was destroyed. Indeed, yes, Boraine and the other, whose name we shall say is Clara, I think it was.
It was Sally or something. It was an S, I believe.
Sally. Yeah, Sally.
Yeah, Sally. Boraine and Sally are still there, and they look completely rejuvenated. Boraine hadn't been too badly damaged, but Sally had the stuffing knocked out of her. Most of her sort of leaf matter had been shed, and she had started to go papery. She is back to looking pretty healthy. The third that was destroyed is actually embedded in the wall and appears to be being regenerated by the wall itself. It's sort of partially merged with it, and its eyes are open and it's looking around. And it's supposed like it's been being sort of reconstituted. And Boraine says, Julio, good to see you again. Very sorry about that.
Likewise. It happens.
You did a great job up there, I'm told.
Yeah, we all worked very hard, but your help was paramount. Thank you.
I feel you would have been better off if we hadn't been here. But never mind. It all played out well in the end, I suppose. He is holding the blue oozes. And he and Sally have been sort of placing the fluorescent oozes on the bits of bark that had gone papery. And it seems to be having a regenerative effect to the bits of tree that were corrupted. And in fact, you noticed this, but hadn't really sort of fully clocked it on your way here. The whole, like, large swaths of it, the area around the temple was particularly well lit, and you had thought nothing of it at the time, but actually that's why there is just tons of it regenerating the damage done. These are sort of like little white blood cells. Other than that, he says, I shall come and gather you in roughly 2 hours, lead you to dinner.
Oh, Yeah, we have a meeting coming up, so we might be slightly late, but whenever it's done, we are ready.
What is this other meeting of which you speak? He's talking about the meeting with the bigwigs in the canopy.
Ah, that's the one. Okay.
So, sorry. Let's stop, because bigwigs could mean the immortals who are in charge, or it could mean the gods. I think there's only one meeting, correct?
There is. It's both gods those. And shit. It's both.
Okay. Yeah. Because
it's in the branches.
It is in the branches.
Yeah. And people like Jenna will be there.
You have only. I think you've only been told that you're invited, and inferred that Jenna will be coming because she represents Gaspard. But you have not been told the guest list. You've been told that representatives of gods are coming. You then met Jenna and like, well, she's probably one of them. However,
Brendan was absolutely right. I thought there's two different meetings coming up. One with like politicians up top, and then with the delegates from the gods. So
to be fair,
it's the same. There
fair. Probably will be one of those.
There almost certainly will need to be. Yeah. Hey, Turquoise Vixen, lovely to see you, my dear.
I will ask him. Do you feel Charles inside there, or is he gone? Like his spirit?
He was saved, though reconstituting him will be difficult.
Oh, take your time. Take your time.
More that he was consumed. He was badly corrupted. It would be similar to like a badly translated video file where it's like really glitchy and corrupted, that sort of thing. So figuring out what it's supposed to look like is going to take a little minute, but Alderheart has a special interest. It feels guilt regarding Charles's role. The tree suspected what the plane would do and how it planned to infiltrate. You were there to stop that, to mitigate the damage, but opened the door.
And one last thing. Mercy, are you here?
Yeah.
So, well, I think you've seen a lot of this. There's 3 nodes now. What do you want to do?
I'm happy to join the tree. If, could I have a body like that?
Yes. Alderheart is powerful. It can create an elemental for you to inhabit.
Then yeah, I'd like that. I'd like to be my own person for a while longer.
Yeah. And I don't know if this is how it works, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna lean over to the pool that is surrounding the node, and I will just look at it. And looking at my own reflection, because I can't see Mercy, I will just think about the horror that she experienced being at someone's mercy for forever. The kind of ironic with her name, the hope for the future, and the gratitude for her trust. And I will shed a single tear that hopefully will transmit her into the pool.
Yeah. The tear drops, and as it hits the water's surface, the water clears. And not immediately, but the air, the sort of the milky white in it begins to swell. It's like milk put into water. Is very much what. So when a single drop of it doesn't take much milk to make water go cloudy. and it just sort of spreads out through it like a mist. This, but reversed, and it coalesces back together into a form. The form is that of... Yeah, the form is that of a Jabin. However, initially it is just sort of the silhouette. It's clearly three-dimensional, but it is it has no features, like the ghost of a Jabin, but pure white. And slowly it gets out, it stands up and looks around itself, and a single eye, the eye you lost, opens in its face, and you hear her voice. Wow, that was quick. I thought I would be joining with it. It's given me my freedom.
You deserve it.
And she looks up at her hand, and as she looks at it, it begins to clad itself in bark. She slowly becomes a wooden Jabin. No, Siri. Siri, no. One word from me. She does whatever she wants. The clothing forms on her in the manner of a Tarzan and Jane sort of style situation. But it's all leaves. It's very sort of Adam and Eve. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
A leaf bikini sort of forms itself around her as she sort of studies her surroundings and says, "This is so weird but cool, like good weird. I can hear it and I can feel it. I'm going to go up to the air node. Yeah. I think that's what I have to do. Thank you, Julio."
Of course.
And are you still wearing your eye patch?
Sorry,
Julio.
Yeah.
Oh, why? Yes. Yeah.
Well,
I took it off for when I was transferring, so I didn't put it on back.
So she lifts out of the water a bandana made exclusively of leaf matter.
Nice.
And she says, I think this is a little bit more you. Hugs you.
Nice. I hug back.
So nice to do that and not feel compelled to copulate. Maybe eventually, but
can't relate, but yeah.
Look, maybe eventually, but we know each other crazy well for people who only just met, but I still feel like I need a little.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna rush back.
Yeah.
Whatever team's doing, I'm gonna be there.
Cool. Quickly, Bron. Where have you gone? What have you done? What are you doing? Why?
So I don't think there's necessarily anything more else to help with after we lifted the branch down.
Unless you wanted to distract yourself with the commencement of the turning it into something useful to you guys, but that doesn't have to begin right now.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Although I did realize if his hand is still a chunk of wood, that makes it a hammer. And he gets 4 times his proficiency bonus with tools, so I can do things.
I mean, it is at the moment more of a mace. It is just a novel chunk of wood, but you could turn it, fashion it into a mallet.
It's so tempting. It's so tempting. I think maybe not right now. I think he's not changing anything about him. He's not rushing into that just yet.
Fair.
Yeah. Was he around? Who else went with Julio? Was it just Julio?
I don't know. Julio was doing his thing. You could have gone with if you wanted, but I don't think he would have told you to start off. But yeah, he was on his own.
I would have told the team that I'm just going to check the lower levels, but up to you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what Bron would do. I think Bron would be starting to think about his hand and think about, is this permanent? Because this could be an inconvenience. But also thinking about like, hey, I mean, I've got a gem with the element of earth in it. Could shove that in there, maybe. I don't know. I'm just thinking about ideas. Yeah, maybe I could mount the shotgun on it.
It's also, I would stress, it was the hand you went to punch with, which means it's probably your primary hand.
Yeah.
So you're currently going offhand at the moment, which is suboptimal.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he might. You know what? I think in that case, he'd probably tag along to go check out the lower levels because he knows Julio. And he knows that Julio's probably going to get into some god level shit at some point. And if it happens to help his hand, then great. But he's not expecting much.
Yeah.
He's not being like, take care of my hand.
Yeah. So I'm going to say that pretty much as Julio hugs Mercy, Bron sort of bemusedly stumbles into the node. Kind of contemplating the chunk of wood that is his arm now. It goes to about the bicep.
Damn.
I feel like, I can't remember, I'm pretty sure it was most of the arm that was encompassed by it. And most of it still works. It was only to the wrist or so that it is just a chunk of wood now. You can't even bend the wrist. It's just your forearm is now a big hammer. But he walks with a contemplative, what could I do with this? Not a, like, I can learn to smite with my left hand. Like, this is not a deal breaker. It's just inconvenient. And he has that sort of mood or, that sort of feeling about him. Boraine would see it, as would Sally. Who would you seek somebody to talk to about it, or you just?
You know what? No, you know what? You reminded me. I'd go to Gabby.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely, Gabby knows this shit.
Gabby would say, "Oh, Bron, that's not good." You're right.
Yeah. It's not terrible.
It's not amazing.
I mean, yeah, not amazing, but I mean, you can do a lot with wood.
True. I mean, we could whittle it.
Yeah, I was thinking.
And then you could
Oh, you know what? Actually, this could make life a lot better for everyone. We could whittle it into some kind of socket and then just put like a universal plug on everything that I wanted to hold. And so you wanted to put a sword in there, it would fit. You wanted to put a hammer in there, it would fit.
A Lego hand. You want a Lego hand.
You're turning yourself into Gobber from How to Train Your Dragon.
I mean, look, it's an idea. I'm just throwing it out there.
Your hand is still in there and works. Just whittle it down. You're wearing a literal thunder gauntlet. When it's a thin enough layer, you can just thunder it off.
Who keeps saying that?
If Eric does make that point, Gabby's like, dude, I don't know that it is. Let's have a go, shall we? And she casts plant growth on your hand.
It's a great idea.
and tries to grow it into the shape of a hand. And she manages to grow the chunk of wood into a fist, into the shape of a hand, but it's just a chunk of wood in the shape of a hand.
So this is interesting. So
I love that you said interesting. Sorry, mate, that's the best, and it looks awesome. It's just like,
Thank you.
Sorry, that's the best I can do with that. I mean, I'm more sort of a metal kind of gal myself.
Fair.
But socket sounds like a really cool idea, and you could make yourself like a hand, that like an articulated one, if you wanted to actually, like, if you magitech yourself up a hand, you could put it in the socket. You could even magitech that, so you got the original hand, but then you could have other socket attachments.
This is great. I love this.
I'm really proud of you for how, like, weirdly not attached to your own arm you are.
I mean, it doesn't, I guess it doesn't hurt. I don't think it's going to cause me any inconvenience. We've got the ability to make it do what we need it to do. It's just, now it doesn't get hurt when it gets hit. That's even better. I've been hitting things lately.
True, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Ron, you say this, but you recently lost the ability to be cool about losing things.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, he's saying this?
He's saying it, and I'm just like, I'm just being clear. I'm going to roll for Gabby.
Yeah.
Gabby's insight's not bad. She is a druid, after all. Druid Ficer. She's actually what I would class myself as if I was a D&D character. Not a particularly efficient build, but with a reasonable wisdom, she got at least a 17, and goes, "Dude, you don't need to. It's okay to not be okay."
Yeah, but I can't change this back.
Well,
I don't know.
Well, we might be able to. What if we lopped it off and Eric could regrow it for you?
As wood?
No, as flesh.
Eric can do that?
He did it to himself earlier. She doesn't actually I don't actually know that she does know that. Yeah.
I don't think she knows it, but Eric literally said that in the moment that it happened.
Yeah.
And he demonstrated the regenerate spell, but he literally said, "Hey, if you cut off your arm, I can regrow it for you."
Cool. Okay.
She does say she wouldn't say Eric could do it. She's like, powerful druids, Eric might be able to, but regeneration is a magic thing. I think ask Eric. He's just about the most powerful druid in Alderheart.
I think her saying that would trigger, like, maybe it just hasn't occurred to Bron, right? Because he's freaking out a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think Bron would go, "Oh, yeah, Eric could do that probably." I think he said something about that. Yeah. That's powerful. That's a... Who figured that out first?
Oh, it's old magic. And you can use it on... I mean, so for... I imagine in Tenders, at least, it was used for fixing trees. Before even it was necessarily used on people. It's basically a more advanced version of plant growth. So it's like, I won't go into the nitty gritty of it, but like the way the magic works is really just re-knitting living things, and it's just better. So it's more sort of like plant growth, but twisted to make it work on non-plants, essentially. But it rebuilds. You can regrow limbs, or even quicker, easier if you have the original limb, attach them back on. Normally that's how it works, but if you don't have the limb, then you can just regrow one. It takes about a day. And I imagine the severing would be unpleasant.
That's what I was wondering about. But I do wonder if you could forcibly grow things on people. Could use that as a weapon.
Ugh.
Yeah, what a horrible weapon, right?
Yeah, way to twist something really cool and magical, man.
Yeah.
So,
We
what
should
are we
probably
doing?
not do that.
Are we giving you a kind of interesting, fun, grabby claw situation, or are we gonna go for the more prosaic, just regrow the fucker?
Look, if we can regrow it,
Hey, I totally get that.
yeah, I really.
I don't know very
Rabbit
many
Claw is
people who
fun.
go, no, you know what? Actually, I prefer to be an amputee.
Yeah. Can we please? Where is Eric? Let's find Eric. I'm a little bit.
I can
all over the
definitely
place today.
I can definitely rustle up somebody who can like do the cutting and severing without hurting you. Like we can what I suggest is good and drunk. Like really drunk.
Okay.
Heck, actually, I know who could take it and probably do it painlessly. Come. And she leads you to the Older Heart node.
No, wait, I know who can cut off your arm. Come with me.
She takes you by that
just
arm
fucking dissolve it, yeah. That makes
to
sense.
the Older Heart node, and so donkeys are aliens. We get back to Julio's just finished hugging Mercy when Gabby drags Bron in.
At all.
It's not. It's really not. It drags Bron in by his wooden arm and says, "Dunk it in there." Oh, hey, Julio. Wow.
Hey.
Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Gabby. And totally chill with this mostly just a white specter with a single glowing green eye that's slowly cladding itself in wood and vines. And she's like, "That's awesome. Hi, what's your name?" And Mercy goes, "I'm Mercy. Nice to meet you." And Gabby, nice to meet you. Really cool. Lovely to meet you, Gabby. Sorry, my friend Bron and I. And Mercy goes, "I've met Bron. Hi, Bron." And Bron, like...
Have I met you?
Waves the chunk of fist.
Hi.
I'm Mercy.
Bron. No, Bron remembers. Bron should remember that, right?
From the orgy, remember?
Pepperidge
from the
Farm
orgy.
remembers.
Right, yes. Of course. What an introduction.
And Gabby's like, "Dunk it in the
I
pond."
didn't recognize you because you weren't naked and writhing.
Covered in web.
Yeah. And Gabby goes, "Dunk it in the pond."
Just don't get it. Are you sure?
All right, yeah, valid. Hey, Julio, do you reckon the Older Heart, what the Older Heart gives, the Older Heart can also take away?
Sure.
Bron has a tree arm that he'd rather not have.
Yeah.
I think we've seen a lot of manipulation with the tree matter nowadays, so I don't see why not.
I can assist. And Borain says, "Please, Master Hydecraft," and leads you to Samson, I'm gonna say. The one who died and is being reconstituted. And he says, "If you wouldn't mind," and he gestures for you to put your elbow where Samson's elbow is. Just...
I am not going to immediately. I think he's hesitant and be like, this is cool. This looks like I'm going to remove the wood, but I suppose the big thing is, can I get my hand back?
Oh, the Older Heart said that you were planning to have it regenerated.
Yes. Okay.
The tree cannot. The tree is simply offering to take with that which was given.
Perfect. You're right. Okay. You're right.
You will be down a limb temporarily.
Temporary. Yes, I think I know someone who can up a limb. Me.
I witnessed him do it.
Great. Cool.
Provided it is Mr. Ashbourne you were talking about.
Yes. Great. Okay. And then he'll his elbow.
Samson, it takes a couple of minutes, but you feel the what little sensation you had in the limb fade, and then you can feel the stump within the socket. Sort of, you get sensation on you know how you can't feel the inside of your arm. You can like start to feel where the seam is, and you gain that sort of sensation, and eventually you'll find yourself able to pull free. And Bron, you have it's not a tidy, like it's not just a nice little capped off stump. It is very much it's a bit untidy, a bit messy, but it's not dripping or anything. The wound is sealed. It is skin, but it is skin, not fur. About mid bicep. It is absolutely painless, though it probably does. You definitely have phantom limb. There, and Samson moves it and flexes it, and says, "My thanks."
Mm-hmm. Anytime.
Sorry, that must be very odd. And he puts the arm down and stops moving it. Like, I don't want to upset him anymore. So he puts it back to the position it was in when you gave it to him, and then doesn't move it anymore. Like, deliberately just holds it very still. Like, obviously that's freaking him out. Probably would. That's fair. I'm just going to be still for a little while until he goes away.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna go now and find Eric. Gabby, we should probably.
That was so cool. You were really brave. You were so brave. And she hugs you.
Aww.
Oh, no, Bron. I think Bron tenses up at a hug after a compliment.
Yeah.
So close to.
Yeah.
I don't think he understands why.
Yeah. She doesn't stop.
Great. Yes. Cool. And that gives Bron the conscious of choice to go, no, I'm going to relax and hug back. But it does take a second, I think.
And she sort of pats you on the back and says, "There you go.
Woo.
It's okay. It will be okay. Uncle Eric will fix it."
Yeah,
and I
cool.
think we'll have a short little breaklet there.
Nice.
We'll be back 5 to 10, everybody. Just have a little bio break. See you very shortly. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Vast and ahoy, mateys. We be back for some more Humblewood. So we know what Bron and Julio did in their downtime.
Bless you.
What did Eric do? Once the branch hit the ground, what did Eric do?
I think he would have directed. The first thing probably would have been divide forces into emergency services to help people and cordon off dangerous parts of the Older Heart, and then once, which would have been in coordination and collaboration with the Perch Guard.
Yep.
And then once that was done, it would have been entirely about helping people, as opposed to any work on the tree, because that can come later.
The tree's kind of doing a lot of the work itself. So Eric, you're wandering around, not wandering, but you're making your way through I think
in fact, probably those patches of, I had this idea before, those patches of plant growth along the side of the tree to help bring the branch down.
Yeah.
After the fact, would have been converted into mini triage stations, essentially.
Yeah. The entire at Eric's direction, I think Eric sort of took charge of that. And what he has inadvertently done is created a vertical neighborhood.
Yeah.
In the bark rather than the branch. You've kind of, with the plant growth still going, it occurred to Eric after the branch goes past that the growth is still going, so you can basically it has been crafted a winding staircase that leads all the way up the tree in the bark of the tree itself. So every now and again there is an open bit that it can see the sky. And at each level there is like an apartment. And then you go up and there's another one, and it's the entire height of the tree, goes from pretty much top to bottom pretty much. And will probably serve to house the unhoused, plus a few hundred more, which is crazy smart idea.
And you know what, as well, this will probably be a gradual eventual thing rather than something that happens right now. But if this vine netting is sustainable and does last without deteriorating, then he would probably coordinate efforts to put it all around the older heart at several different levels, with hanging semi-sentient vines that can partly mitigate needing full-time wizards to cast Featherfall. That the older heart is of a level of sentience, or at least capable of manifesting sentience, that it wasn't able to when all this infrastructure was first put into place.
Yeah.
And so the older heart certainly doesn't want people falling off of it and dying. So I think that will be something that occurs to Eric is, okay, let's enable it to help keep people alive, and importantly, make sure that the humble folk rather than the bird folk know that the old heart cares for them as much as it cares for the feathered.
The netting is summoned vines that traditionally would disappear as soon as the summon is done. However, empowered by the tree and this surge of power that it has gained, I think some of it has remained, and at Eric's direction is increased. Again, a lot of them were used to guide this branch down. So on the avium side of the tree, which would be the eastern flank of the tree, the netting is quite solid. The older heart has now got the capacity to moderate and alter the flow of air around, the flow of wind around its own canopy. So it can make sure people fall in said nets. Eric kind of observes this as he's working with the people. That the older heart is, it appears that the it's always gusty up there, but now the tree is in a very slow whirlwind. The wind constantly rotates around the tree, with the tree as its axis in a clockwise motion. All leaves go like this around the tree as they fall, as do anybody falling out of it. So anybody falling out of the tree or birds gliding, in the tree, anybody...
The birdfolk will inevitably complain and be like, oh,
No.
it's so much slower these days.
No.
I can't just go straight down. I have to go around.
No, but because they have to glide, they have to sort of swoop in a circle. Anyway, it's faster. It's like a highway for birdfolk. The wind will carry them slowly, but like quicker but safer down to the ground if that's where they're looking to go. Two sort of specific landing platforms along down the tree. It would basically double the gliding distance of anybody in the tree, who would be leaping out of it, supporting those fluttering between branches to the point where, even at similar levels, a short distance, a birdfolk could actually fly, not just glide, between branches at a similar height now. And at worst case, the tree doesn't catch them. And they wind up a couple of levels below and wind up having to climb some stairs. But like normally, for short distances, 30 feet or less, they can just jump it. Eric guides the tenders in the creation of these nets that will save so many man hours of... They will probably retain a skeleton staff of Featherfall wizards. But it would be...
The drunkards who veer out of the little spiral.
And, it's actually more for the bird folk now than the humble folk. The humble folk have no capacity to control their falls, so the older heart will do it for them. The bird folk can, and that's the problem.
I've just realised that I have contributed to the removal of jobs through the development of Tree Eye, and I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Don't worry, they're wizards. They'll probably find a new job.
At some point in
Druid.
At some point in the future, I will probably take Bron aside and first of all say, "Oh, your hand is healing, great," but also, we'll say you're muted. But we'll also say, if you wanted, it's not really my thing, but if you wanted a side hustle, you could probably requisition one of these nettings and debris it makes for like a self-enclosed skydiving, if you wanted to start that kind of business.
I don't know. I don't want to tell John, but Bron may have a fear of heights, or at least being in freefall after his experiences.
He's not a fan, but I think his mind...
He doesn't have to be a fan to charge people for it.
No, that's true. Yeah.
No, his mind immediately goes, "Wait, no! Instead of freefall, maybe we could do the opposite.
Expensive fall.
No, we could start them at the bottom and slingshot them up like a catapult."
A kidapult.
A catapult.
Happy day at school.
We could launch them into the wind, and they'd be safe. This is great.
Eric, I think probably towards the end of the downtime period, Gabby would bring Bron to you. Bron now sans arm.
Mm-hmm.
And say, Bron, Eric, sorry, I've asked most of the other really powerful druids in the tree, and they're just flat out. Do you happen to know regeneration? Or have the capacity to cast it? Because Bron is, and I'll be honest, it is my fault, down a limb. He and the tree have something in common.
Haha.
It's well and truly an hour has passed, but Eric is definitely looking better in terms of cuts and things than he was immediately after the combat ended.
Yeah.
Yes, this is something that that we can work on together, Bron. It's going to have to wait until tomorrow at the earliest, but you're not bleeding. It seems well sealed.
The amputation was pretty smooth.
Yes, I can see that. Not a hair on it, which is a bit disconcerting for a weapon.
It wouldn't be feathers growing out if it was your wing.
But it would be more disconcerting if there were feathers growing out of my arm.
Yes. Anyway, yes, Bron, this is something that we can do. Not tonight, but it doesn't look like there's an urgent need. So tomorrow, let's look at it together.
Okay, cool. And she pats Bron on the shoulder and says, "If you want to craft anything in the next 24 hours, I can be your right hand.
Aww.
Craft anything."
I think that catches Bron by
clearly
surprise.
A joke.
Yeah.
Don't mind her; she gets a bit like that.
I do indeed get a bit like that. I'm not sure exactly how that is, but I definitely do.
Sweet. I don't know if I will actually craft anything in the next 24 hours. Actually, no, I know I will not craft anything in the next 24 hours. I think I'm going to bed.
Okay.
That is a solid idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Above
don't sleep
the
for 24
table.
hours, Bron. Just remember that. Well, it's up to you if you want to attend or not. But there's an important meeting happening tonight.
Yes, my mind is all over the place today. I will not go to sleep right now. Need to go to the meeting. Cool. I know what I'm gonna do. Nah, it's fine. Maybe no. Look, the last meeting I went to, we accidentally made a god. I think I should probably be there.
I missed out a lot. What now?
Yeah. So I have an idea though. I think we should check in on Riley, who's in the deep fat fryer.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Riley. Yeah.
Riley, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I remembered that name. We should probably check in and see how her grabby arm is doing. Oh God. The irony.
That's something. It was on my list. Let's the three of us do that now, while Julio is not here, just in case.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Why, Eric? If you don't mind me asking, why is the absence of Julio good? I'm not disputing it. I'm just curious.
Well, there's no. I mean, if all the news is good, then we can just take good news straight to him.
Oh, okay.
And if the news is not good, then it gives us a few minutes to think about the best way of delivering that news to him.
Sure. I mean, okay, yeah, no. Well, she was fine the last time I saw her, which was about 5 hours ago. Like she lives in the workshop where I often work.
I beg your pardon. I was thinking about checking in on Riley's body.
Oh,
with
that has
our friend who went to get it.
Yeah. And I remind you, firstly, she doesn't know much about that. She was like, wasn't he on a different continent?
Yes.
And coming from said continent?
Yes.
And it's been like a few days.
Yes.
So well, look, he hadn't arrived the last time I heard.
Gabriella, my darling, the love of my life.
Oh.
Here's a ball that I can use to scry on people with.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to check that he hasn't died.
Right. Cool. Okay. Sorry. Yes.
Sorry, can we just go back to love of my life? What?
I'm just saving that one for later.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
I thought I was the love of your life, Eric. Hurt.
Cash appears.
Well, boy, do I have a disappointing story for you.
These are the days of Eric's lives.
Ladies, listen, I have some terrible news.
He's just beating off all these ladies.
Ladies, please.
Bron, however, would you like to touch my ball? No, okay.
What? What?
He's only got one hand to beat you off with.
What's going on today?
There's a lot. Cool.
Yeah, no, sorry. at some point before this meeting, Eric would want to scry on, I can't remember Lizard Man's name, but just to say how he is doing, whether because they have kind of left him for a few days.
Yeah.
And I don't remember if the last time we checked in on him, it was certain whether or not he had actually located the corpse and all that kind of stuff.
It looked like he was carrying it.
Great.
Yeah. But he's in a desert, which means he's at the very least quite a ways away. He was in the Blight Sea.
Yeah, just to be clear, it's not, come on, where are you? It's like...
Actually, as I recall, the last time you scried on him, he was in a temple having a spell cast on the body. As I recall. So yeah, it's on its way, but it's not a quick fix.
It's less. Yeah, it's more of a, hey, do we need to send someone? Do we need to meet you halfway? Do we need to give you more help than just expecting you to carry a body across 2 continents?
Well, so when you get you get down, you check on Riley. She's pretty chill. She's, if anything, she says, I'm a little bored.
I can empathize with that.
I've only got one arm, so I can interact with the world around me. And Bron, I can empathize. That sucks.
Yeah.
You okay?
I'm okay. It's everything's gonna be fine tomorrow, but maybe we can make another arm in the meantime, or find something for you to do with your singular arm.
Something to do with the singular arm would be better than a second arm and nothing to do with it.
Yeah, fair.
Can I help? Like you guys? Does she still have the boomstick?
Yeah, because I didn't take it with me.
Yeah.
So she's got an arm and the boomstick.
Well, I think you. I know what my trick is, because you used the boomstick to put her in the thing in the first place. Did you then turn it back into a boomstick?
Yeah.
Okay, and then did you reattach it to her?
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's got an arm and a gun.
She has an arm on one side. She is a fucking Dalek. She's got the grabby claw and a cannon, and a single eye stalk, which actually I think she does.
Whoops.
But she can climb stairs. So yeah, she's got that. Because she's got little legs. So she's like I mean, you built this to be this body to be a useful assistant, right? If anything, I'm smarter than it was before, I hope. I could help you guys out.
Sure, yeah, you can come with us. Why not? We're going to a meeting tonight. Your perspective would probably be very useful.
Oh, yeah?
That occurred to me as well, yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
I would love to be helpful.
Come along.
Cool. Alrighty, I shall. Thank you. Eric, without wanting to be pushy, any news on my old physical form that has 2 arms and eyes and a pulse?
Well, funny you mentioned that.
Uh-huh.
Why don't I look in on that right now?
You scry on... It's not Snivel, because Snivel's a kobold elsewhere. It's something sibilant, though. He is... You see, he is dressed for a journey. He's got sort of the desert wayfarer's look around him, flowy clothes, a turban, and
he's out of Dune. Yep.
A little bit. I was thinking more Lawrence of Arabia, but yeah, okay. But actually, Dune is better because what he is doing to transport the body, she is on a litter, a stretcher essentially, that he is pulling along behind him by a rope. It is supported by a balloon. there is a balloon, probably about 20 feet tall, actually. It's quite a large balloon, that is just buoyant enough to lift a Jabin woman's body and the stretcher she's on. There is a little canopy over it so she doesn't get burnt in her death state. And you can see magic has clearly been cast on it, sort of stasis field. Has been sort of cast on the litter itself, and he is towing this this body across a sand dune by a balloon.
Well, that's the most whimsical thing I've seen today so far.
Is there a chorus of the woman in the background going,
Listen,
the corpse balloon sled.
Yep. It's and the balloon is very tall but not very wide. It's sort of lifting a little bit from Dune there if you want, like the balloons they use to move the sand harvesters, which I thought was super cool when I saw it. I was like, that is hecking awesome. I love it. So yeah, that is what you see, and she goes, "Oh, God, Eric, I'd almost forgotten what I look like." And you feel a steel plate and a grabby claw attempt to wrap themselves around one of your legs in the closest approximation to a hug that she can do. And she says, "Thank you."
I'll allow it.
Last question before we do the thing. Kesh, what do you do with your couple of hours off? Not off, obviously you're working, but what do you do? You can be not working if you want. You are in charge of your own off hours.
Well, I'll make sure I get some food. Maybe a coffee or the Humblewood equivalent of a coffee.
Sure. I think probably coffee. This is a natural place. Coffee is a plant.
Served in like a big acorn or something.
And I think she would probably...
World's best boss.
I'm the #1 employee in my department.
Yeah.
And
Spencer's
I think...
like, hey. Oh, no, fair. As the only other employee.
Someone's got to be second, Spencer. Someone's got to be second.
That's what they called me in high school.
I bought you the mug.
Yes, I know. Why are you mad about it? I think Kesh would actually like go to the hospital and like check up on people. Like more broadly as well. Like if someone needs someone to sit with them for a minute, just kind of be that person. Or if there's anyone she knows, be like, "Oh, good, you're okay," that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah.
I think she would love to just go and have some rest, but I think she would feel like she can't just not be helping right now.
And I don't know if this is necessarily how Cash feels, but my feeling is, this would be as close to rest as she is capable of in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, she goes and finds. She goes to the tender halls, which are the main. There isn't really a hospital per se. The tender halls are rigged for triage, as is the situation Eric created in the bark. However, that's very new. So yeah, Kesh would go to the place where they were looking after people who needed more intensive assistance, which would be the halls. So yeah, those that were very badly injured. There's a couple of people who are probably going to need. Well, Eric's talents will probably come in handy in the future regarding these people. There are a couple of folk who have lost the use of some or all of their limbs. A couple of people who survived the fall, but not brilliantly. And there is a young man, probably just out of his teens, who can't move his legs, and you sit with him, His name is Kyle. And discuss. He is trying to be upbeat. And you probably point out that you have a mate who can definitely fix this. And as such has already been pointed out to him. That higher end level magic, but I think he was a little dispirited when it was pointed out that magic could fix this. And he says, yeah, I can't afford that. That's fancy magic, right? That's you know, like you can get a priest to do it, but it'll cost you an arm and a leg. And I don't have enough of those left anyway.
Oh, kid.
And you kind of talk him around, I think, and say the Older Heart looks after its own. Well, I ask you this: what would Kesh say?
I'm tempted to be like, no, don't you worry, we got you, buddy, we got you. And also be like, now you listen to me, young man. If those pricks on the Older Heart Council don't agree to make sure that everyone who is injured in this horrible event is appropriately healed, they will have me to answer to. You think I can't do Angry Raccoon? I can do Angry Raccoon.
He is also a Mapache. And he goes...
I will personally call Hath up and be like, that bird council, they're starting some shit again. She will be kind of like jollying him, but also being like, no.
He chuckles and then kind of gives you a side eye, like, but for real.
Oh, for real. For real.
You've
I don't want to blow
Half.
that. Oh. And she'll kind of be like,
I thought...
He gave me this cool little facial thing.
And his eyes just go saucers. And he's like, what were they like?
Oddly normal.
Well, I guess they're humble folk, or they were once, so...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I kind of have to ask a few questions about the exact difference between states of being.
Wow, you know.
But nice, chill, you know.
Risen, immortal, deity light? I'm not sure exactly what the difference is, but, you know, like... But very powerful. Well, cool. Thank you. That's, Can I ask a favor?
Oh. Within reason. Never say yes outright to a favor. You never know what some weirdos are going to ask you for.
Okay. Changing my request. Could you find my mum?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Well, really just, you don't have to find her, but get her sent here. She's probably worried sick. We don't live in that branch. I was visiting a friend.
No,
okay.
that's...
But...
That's cool. I will find your mum.
Kesh, do you find her yourself, or do you delegate?
Well, I'll ask the child some pertinent details about who mum is.
Yeah.
Because I don't know shit about this kid's mum. So yeah, I'll find out the pertinent details, and I guess I'll find out sort of what area of the tree we're talking about, and then
trunk.
Trunk.
Yeah.
And say the perch guard, the old perch guardians, would there be someone like who kind of oversees specific areas of the tree? Would there be like a trunk manager?
Yeah. There would be. It's done by organizational units, so each company has a different sort of area of responsibility. So it's more sort of kind of police districts, but not, because it's not police. But there would be a somebody who is in charge of that area. It's a company captain would be that manager.
Yeah, cool. Basically, I would track down that person.
A grizzled servant who says, "Colonel, can I help you?"
I am trying to locate someone's mother. And I was hoping you might be able to point me in the right direction. And I'll give him, like, the details of the kid and who the mum is and roughly where they live. And be like, no, I'm...
Not a lot of people injured in that from this district, but all right, and gives you directions. Basically, it's like, I can have you taken if you like.
That would be perfect.
Yeah. He says, "Sergeant," and a female desk sergeant comes up and says, and sort of guides you. The woman in question, I use the word matronly all too often, so I'm not going to. She is an exceptionally ordinary looking Mapatch lady. Opens the door and says, "Oh, are you one of Kyle's friends?"
Oh, sort of. Kyle was visiting a friend in
Oh
the
my
branches
god, no,
today.
sorry. Oh, wow. No, Colonel, isn't it? Colonel. Oh, wow, sorry, it took me a minute. Hello. Come in.
Hi.
Can I get you a tea?
No, that's fine.
Something stronger? Harold! Harold, we've got guests! What? Who's... Why are you shouting, woman? Sorry, Kesh, go on.
Kesh will basically agree to the something stronger, basically to get them sitting down with alcohol.
Right. Harold pours you a whiskey.
Jesus.
And it was like, we're honored. We're honored. Please come. And they take you into a comfortable but well-worn sitting room. And Harold goes to a drinks cabinet with a couple of decanters on the top and pours you. And there is one crystal goblet that he pours and puts and hands to you. And he has a much humbler glass, his own. And says, "Mary." She also takes a small one. "Sherry, dear, you know." He has already poured her sherry, and into what looks like her glass, you would guess. It's a smaller sherry glass. They say, "Cheers to you, Colonel."
Thank you. Now, when I start talking, you're going to feel the urge to panic. I want you to tamp down on that urge until I finish
talking. I'm feeling the urge
talking.
right now. Tamp it down.
Okay. Yep. Tamp it down. It's gonna be fine. So Carl
puts his hand on Mary's knee.
So Carl was. Jesus.
Kyle.
Why have I signed myself up to break the news to this woman?
You could have delegated this. Yeah.
I could have fucking delegated this. God, my need to be emotionally involved. Okay. As you'd be like, so Kyle was visiting a friend in the branches today, and you may have noticed a bit of a situation.
Is he all right?
Kyle is in hospital, injured, but he's going to be fine, basically, because there was a lot happening today. We're just waiting until we can organise for healers to kind of go through and fix everybody up. So, I love that I'm just backing the council into the fucking corner here. It's like, we'll heal these people. So he would really like it if you guys could come and see him. he's feeling a little bit lonely in there. And he can't walk at the moment, so he's kind of stuck there until we can get him healed up. So if you are able to visit the hospital, he would love that.
She's already putting on her coat. You pretty much said hospital, and she was up. The sherry was downed in one, and Harold is sort of just has gone very still and is still listening to you. A faint smile on his face, like the polite smile of interest, like a and he's still nodding, but he's He started watching his wife putting on her coat. He's like, I'm just going to be polite and listen to the Colonel's all the words. She did say to stay seated until it was done, but he goes, yes. Thank you very much for delivering the news. He's processing. We should be going. If you wouldn't mind locking up on your way out. And he pounds it as well, and totters up. He walks with a cane, and I've decided, and he goes and puts on his coat. She's already holding it, and he's sort of, yes. A good day to you, Colonel. An absolute pleasure meeting you. And she says, come back Thursday. I'll cook you a lovely supper. And then they are gone.
Oh.
Okay.
You have a dinner date in 5 days.
Well, that happened. Alrighty.
You are sitting alone in these people's house holding an untouched glass of whiskey.
Well, she's gonna drink it. Waste not, whatnot.
Kesh takes 15 minutes and just sits quietly in the home of total strangers. And drinks what is quite nice whiskey, actually. I don't know if Kesh has a taste for it, but...
Kyle's mum, this is amazing.
Kyle's dad. Harold, this is Harold's. Kyle's mum has no taste for whiskey herself, but yeah, it's peaty. It's really quite... It's got a hell of an aroma on it. Kesh then sort of... Right. That's all my socks paired. Back to the account. And heads out. It is around this time that... Brendan, your memory for this is better than mine. What was the name of the elemental in your super secret hideout?
I think it was Menleth. I wrote it down.
That's right. Menleth comes and gathers the three of you because you're in the super secret hideout.
Meneth.
Talking to Gabby and Riley. And Kesh, you walk out the door of this place and find a tree elemental standing in the middle of the street. Everybody walking around are like, okay, it's interesting. Modern art these days. And sort of completely still. The arm is oddly familiar. It's thicker and clearly Vulpin in style. The rest of it is like, it's a branch that can work as a hand. This is essentially a human arm or a Vulpin arm grafted onto a tree. Yeah. Gabby did a good job making it look like it was supposed to. It just couldn't move. It says, Colonel.
Yes?
If now is convenient, your presence is requested in the canopy. I am Samson, and I will lead you.
Cool. Thank you, Samson. I will follow.
Thank you as well for saving me from the death plane.
Oh. No sweat.
The face, now that he mentions it, is vaguely familiar. You pulled about 30, 40 people from the death plane. This is one of them. And you're like, oh, yeah. I do remember during the frantic run through a plane trying to eat us. Simultaneously, Meneth knocks on the door of Bron and Gabby's workshop, and says, "Dinner is served if you are amenable."
Sure.
Is that what I am as well?
Yes.
We're playing Settlers of Catan or something.
Humblewood themed Settlers of Catan.
I love that.
Yeah.
Why am I collecting all this wood?
Borain says to Julio, "I can lead you if you like. The canopy is prepared." Julio,
What's the dress code?
you are sufficient, I think.
Choose yourself.
Yeah, but melons or no melons?
How big are we talking?
What variety of melons? You gotta be specific here.
Well, you are meeting with at least 3 representatives of deities.
So pretty big.
Melons.
Pretty big.
Big melons.
Got it.
You are also the representative of a 4th.
Huh.
And potentially the mightiest. No Amaranthine wields the power that Alderheart now has.
We have the biggest melons, guys.
Together, the Amaranthines are still more powerful than the Alderheart, but individually.
Mm-hmm.
Even Ardea does not control the power of a plane.
Damn.
You did this. And it's not a statement, it's a statement, not a blame or a congratulations. It is simply a statement. Yeah. Julio, how would you dress? Do you alter your outfit at all, or are you content?
Well, I would clean myself up for sure. I would spruce up the little flowers on my cloak, a little spray of water.
You spritz yourself.
Yes, little spritz. And yeah, I feel like the look is sufficient. I will clean up my toupee, make sure it falls dashingly across my my horns.
You
my
have
new
to adjust
antlers.
a little bit because the horns kind of impact the flow a little bit. But yes, the horns are very new, and I think you're still getting used to them. You need an extra 7 or 8 inches of clearance through doorways you could use to walk through fairly simply are now a little bit more of a challenge. A doorway built for a Jabin would now be a difficulty for you.
Got it.
However, most doors are built for people taller than Julio still, so yeah. And they're reindeer style front to back, not that you don't have width, you've just got length. Not a girthy boy. Cool.
Is there a chance that the 4 of us will meet up prior to entering this meeting?
If you would like there to be, yes.
I think if Cash gets there before you guys, she'll wait outside for you.
The Bron and Eric were the closest.
Cool. In that case, taking a peek in, there's our friends aren't there. I will say to Bron, let's wait for the others and go together.
Yep.
Did Gabby come with us? It was unclear. Was Gabby invited as well?
Gabby opted not to. Gabby was like, I think Gabby said, I haven't received a specific invitation and I don't want to... Is it bad that I'm massively intimidated?
Eric did, and I made a note of this last session, he did want another tender to be there, so not having any others confirmed, he would probably actually encourage Gabby to come along and say, apart from myself, you, through more practical means than myself, probably have almost as much knowledge of the other planes as I do through working with materials from them. So
Sure.
I want someone else from the tender halls, and I can't think of anyone better to join me.
Okay. Thanks, I guess. Sorry, it's big, and I just feel like I'm about to cross a threshold. But
it's okay. We'll bring you something to fidget with, so that you have something to help you focus.
Oh, got you covered. She has a fidget cube, carved.
Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, the clacking of the as she gets more stressed, increases in time with the tension in any room. Yeah, cool. She says, "All right. Yeah, fine. Let's lead on, Meneth."
Riley, are you coming too?
You couldn't stop me. Well, you probably could, but I'd be grateful if you didn't.
Not with the boomstick.
Maybe let's take the boomstick off of you for this high. I mean,
yeah, probably.
Howard.
Yeah, it's probably not the occasion for it.
I mean, I have never fired it in vain. No one's ever fired it, to my knowledge.
It's a statement piece, okay?
No, it actually has
power
been
in and of
fired
itself.
in the death plane. Yeah.
Going into a meeting with a gun is really a good look.
Yeah.
Yeah. First step with diplomacy. That's what my grandmother always told me. Never enter a meeting with a loaded firearm.
Walk quietly. Okay. All right. Disarm me, literally.
Oh,
Sorry, mate.
yeah.
That was actually really in bad taste. I apologize. It's a day for it.
It's fine. I think Ben Gabby should probably do this. I
She's
don't.
like,
We'll
I got
meet
it.
you.
I'm getting really good at this. Click, click. And it's not specifically certain exactly what she's good at, like taking the gun off Raleigh or just taking limbs off people. And she, but she does disarm Raleigh quite easily, and then says, "Alrighty, that was fun. Let's go." Yeah, the four of you plus Meneth get to the. I actually did write a description, so let's. Why?
Just before you jump in there, how high is your passive perception, Eric?
Quite.
Very.
You probably noticed that Bron refused to do something magical. Something
Passive
artificer.
insight, but yeah, it's still high.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably, I don't know if you asked, but you probably just went, huh. Bron would normally leap at the chance to just take the gun off.
Yeah.
And didn't.
It's also his homunculus.
Yeah.
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 The you kind of get to the base of it's a very new branch. This one looks like it has grown. I mean, Eric would know better than any. This branch has grown in the last few days. It was not here a week ago. It is not huge. It certainly doesn't have any houses in it. And it is. It's definitely older than a few hours, but it is branching out over where the hole where the branch that fell left. But that seems to be a new situation. But yeah, it is over the hole, but there is a chunk missing of the canopy, and it has started to grow to fill that hole, though it is higher up. And you would walk along it. The branch itself is barely 10 feet wide. So it's still a relatively narrow pathway to actually climb up it. And up about 50 feet, you can see it spreads and forms a sort of platform. But you wait at the bottom. And are joined shortly by first Kesh and then later Julio, each led by a different tree elemental. Samson bows and leaves Kesh and the lot of you. However, Borain, who brings Julio up, stays and says, "If you will, the others have already gathered." Was there something you wanted to say to each other before you?
Yes. Borain, would you mind giving us a moment? Perhaps take Gabby and Riley up?
Of course. Join us when you are ready.
Yes,
and
thank you.
Meneth and Borain take Riley and Gabby up the tree.
Gabby, save a seat for me. I'll sit next to you and you can hold my hand if you get nervous. This summit is probably going to have huge ramifications for us and for the future of everyone who lives here. Julio, what is our objective here? Let's be on the same page.
So here's the deal. We already know that some Amaranthine are in favor of Alder Heart growing in power and becoming a power of its own. Some we know were not or are not. First, we need to get the lay of the land. What is the split, right? Well, we need to understand how many do we have on our side. Is there anything we can do to get others on it as well? Because whether we succeed or not, the war with the plains is already happening. And the best we can do together is pool our forces and, make sure that the autonomy of our plane is preserved. So we get their point of view, I suppose, and do what we can to explain why this is needed.
Okay, that seems clear to me. I'm gonna reach my arms around everyone, and I'm going to cast Enhance Ability at 4th level.
Eric hugs.
Casting Eagle Splendor. Unfortunately, I can only get 3 of us, and it's between Bron and Julio, because Julio I know has massive charisma, but is also the most likely to have to make rolls.
Yeah.
So I'm going to look at Bron and say, please don't take any offense to this, and give him a little kiss on the forehead, and then and cast it on Cash, Julio, and myself.
Nice.
I think that's the right choice.
I think I can still do something. I'll give Bron another kiss, and I'll give inspiration.
So much affection today.
Yeah.
Cash,
So
do you want to join in?
What, the kissing or the hugging or the casting of spells?
Yes.
The kissing.
Everyone gets a kiss on the cheek from Cash.
Nice. I'm gonna
And she
inspire.
does it so like her little half cheek is the one that presses against you.
Cute.
Yeah.
So I have 3 inspirations because we had a short rest. So I'm gonna give 1 to Bron, 1 to Cash, 1 to Eric. And if you guys fail at it, you can give it to me. And while I'm there with you guys, if you guys are rolling charisma checks, you can add my charisma modifier on top of yours, which is a +3.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
So,
awesome.
Yeah.
How long
Let's
does
fucking
inspiration last?
10 minutes.
I think an hour? Oh, sorry. I was thinking of the 2024 rules. Then I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's 10 minutes.
Then should I hold off and do that mid? I just don't know if I can do that mid
in
conversation.
place. Yeah, I would say you can.
Okay. Okay, in that case I will.
We'll role play it if necessary.
Sweet.
Borain, well...
This is an hour.
Oh, is it?
No, Enhance Ability is an hour.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. That ought to be fine. So, yeah, you head on up. It is just after sundown, and the sky has returned to its normal coloration, what you would more expect. The coming of Titan's night appears to clear away the confusion and muddle of the day's events. And in a surprisingly secluded little spot in the upper canopy, you get the feeling that actually it is the air. I would say Julio and Eric get the feeling that the air itself is wafting your voices away from anybody else's listening ears. What is said here is said in confidence. It would seem new growth, a new street, as it were, made for this purpose, a small clearing in the boughs that features a table in the center, again, grown from the bark, and upon it are not bowls and platters, but holders, more like depressions in the table, that contain berries and fruits and mushrooms and a vegetarian smorgasbord, along with shallow bowls of juices, already seated, and looking a little bit. It would seem that a good portion of the people up here are eyeing everybody else up here with confusion, if not necessarily distrust. Viscar and Iari are there, as are Privet, the hedge folk, the hedge councillor. So 3 of the council are up here. Viscar is the high priest of all the heart, for those who forget, and on the council by virtue of that. Privet is a representative of the roots and the people therein. Shayax, who looks a little bewildered and confused at his inclusion, as in Julio's 2IC of his cult, and a Mapatch, who looks a little familiar and extremely pleased with herself. As the other people there are Jenna, the paladin of Gaspard, and a Corvum and a Raptor. Those 3 stand together and a little apart from everybody else. And of all of them, they and the Mapatch seem pretty chill. A lot more relaxed for their august company than the others. Iari puts on a good face, but is confused and, I would say, clearly suspicious of those she does not know. Viscar is furiously intrigued by the 4 he doesn't know. He can tell. You can tell from his expression that he is just desperate to talk to, certainly Jenna, and probably the Corvum and the Raptor as well. He is a little more wary of the Mapatch. She bears on her cheek the sign of Hath, just as Kesh does. Can
I be clear, is she a Mapatch or is she a raccoon?
She is a Mapatch. And yeah, she looks a little different than last time, but you would still have said she looks familiarly enough like Kesh to be an aunt or cousin. Boraine would say, as you get there, Boraine's voice booms out. Thank you all for coming. It booms out deeper and more melodious than before. The gaps in his bark are glowing from the inside, Eric, in a way that you saw Meneths do before. A green glow that shines from every split and seam. As you may be aware, things are coming to a head. He gestures, and the branches part, and you can see the ground, which has not been immediately visible for the last little while. Rivers of light are coming toward the tree. Visible from all around, too far away to make out individuals, you can see it's people. All across the wood, and you have a really good vantage point for about half the wood at this place, looking out towards the Avium and Morningside in the far distance, though it's on the other side of the range of mountains. You can see those mountains, and little rivers of light are coming from every which way. Pilgrims coming to aid and assist. Each bears something of what we will need. There are clearly thousands. Julio's ideas have spread far, perhaps further than even he had realized. I am, in this moment, Alderheart, and it is a pleasure to meet you all in this time. The voice, the light glows, increases in intensity when he says Alderheart. Eat, drink. Each of you has come for a different reason, and all are very welcome. Tonight we must decide how to proceed. Perhaps Mr. Switchgear. Yeah, I think there is a pregnant pause, actually. Everyone's like,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
cool.
Yeah.
And today made one thing more clear than anything else. Whilst there are many who wish this done, there are many who oppose it. Perhaps for everyone's clarity, Mr. Switchgear and perhaps Mr. Ashbourne and Colonel Glitterweave and Mr. Hydecraft can catch everyone up on what progress has been made.
Yeah. First of all, I would love to thank everyone for coming. We are very humbled by your presence here and with your trust. I realize that what we've been doing, we have not informed the powers that be very much of our actions. Not out of malicious secrecy, but out of ignorance. We truly didn't know what we were doing. We just knew that we were doing something good. And, well, as you can see, we've made some progress. And I think...
Toward what end exactly? I'm sorry, but what are we doing? What are you doing? I haven't... What?
So Alderheart...
That's
yeah. Oh, my fucking grandma. So if in the simplest and most forward way I can put this is, Alderheart is becoming a god. Not one of the fuck. What's the word? Thank you. Yeah, not one of the Marinthine, a god, and we've been anchoring it with elemental powers that Eric will be able to tell you more about, but for a very long time, the mortal realm was a playground, a field of experiments and push and pull for elemental powers beyond this plane. We are simply saying no more.
And I will take all who wish it into my bowers and protect them from the ravages of the other gods. At that point, Jenna steps forward and says, I am Jenna Gaspard's daughter. And Viscar just beams from ear to ear, just sort of he doesn't, but like a and she says, I represent my father in this matter. He would see this done and has bid me lend my aid to it. He and all the Amaranthine, and she looks specifically at the Mapatch, not Kesh, but the other one, are forbidden from interfering by ancient treaty. That which created the material plane in the first place prevents them from directly interfering, and it's very much bound into them. He would if he could, even if it went against the treaty, but he literally can't. He is incapable, but it doesn't mean he can't help. That's why I'm here. And I'm pretty sure, well, I'm confident Machiel and Soren here are similarly bound by their parents. Soren. And Machiel, who is a female Corvum, says... Machiel is the female Corvum, Soren is the raptor, and Soren says, I take no shame in not being the son of Rhea. I earned my Astorialhood fair and square. And it's clearly, this is a joke between them, like, all three are Astorials, you can infer. But this one is, this one gained it not by birth. Jenna chuckles and Machiel shakes their head. But no, my patron, Rhea, is firmly in favor of this enterprise, and I am here to assist however I can. I am a cleric, so do with that what you will. I believe more are coming, but Rhea's folk are widespread, but not numerous, unlike some Gaspardians I could mention. Machiel speaks with a quite thick foreign accent and says, I too am here at the behest of my mother. She would see this done as well. She has known for a long time that this was always coming, and she can think of no better way. Sorry?
Is it from our little meow meow? From the Amaranthine back home? Fuck, I forgot her name.
Nabar?
Yeah. Is it from Nabar?
No. Machiel is a daughter of the Corvum deity Gesmi.
Ah, of course, makes sense. So I'm just trying to write down. We have Rhea, Gaspard, Nabar, and Gesmi so far on our side.
Yes.
Out of 12?
12.
8?
No, 12. Or actually 13, because Nabar isn't counted in the original lot. I think technically she's not canon, but she is for me. You have met followers of Gesmi before, the Knights of the Burning Branch, and
yes.
She is wearing a surplice of one of the Knights of the Burning Branch. She is clearly a member of that order. The surplice being the over-tabard that you would wear over a suit of armor, but she's not wearing the armor. The Mapatch pipes up at this moment and says, yes, well, as you can probably infer, I am here representing another Amaranthine, and she chuckles, like, Hath would see this done. And unlike her, I am bound to be able to assist in a limited fashion. Though I'm not as much as I would like, I'm afraid. But I can take you where you need to go. And I can do it faster than anybody other than a teleporter. But teleporting you underwater might be difficult. So I can go where it cannot. Unfortunately, I can't aid you in any battles. She was very specific about that. Something about breaking a hole in reality. And I thought, well, maybe that would be causing more problems than it would solve. So
You'd be
she
surprised
does
how
know what
often
she's
that
talking
happens.
about in this. One problem at a time. Kesh, it's lovely to see you again, darling. If you hadn't already guessed, this is Kekahai. The moon
The
dragon.
dragon. Yeah.
I, for those who do not know me, am Kekahai. It is my dwelling, and she points to the south, that you can just see in the hole in the bowers. There. And it's not super easily visible, but you can see the shipwreck castle that she has created for herself. It's a sort of a stop off on the way down to Saltar's Point. So there's 4. I, however, can tell you there are 4 that are not in favor. Hath has ears everywhere, and Kren, probably unsurprisingly, is not pro this. Neither I wouldn't be. Actually, she doesn't. She does not have the lay of the land well enough. But children, likewise, is not in favor. Machiel says, this is not actually that surprising. They were always changeable. I also know that Henwin is quite against it. Not just not in favor. Henwin would oppose it. Fortunately, the followers of Henwin are not particularly militant. Henwin is the hedge deity and is very much about nature.
Aha.
But
They're against this.
it is an interesting conundrum. They are in favor of they are for nature, but they are not for it's awakened shrubs and things are very much no. Nature should
It's not
be
the
allowed
natural
to
order
be.
of things.
It's the natural order. Yes, that's a really good way of putting it. They are followers of the natural order, and this implies a drastic and fundamental shift in it. Granting powers to things that should not have them. Henwin is not well represented on this continent, and particularly not in the Older Heart itself. For this exact reason, the followers of Henwin do not believe the Older Heart should exist. They think it is an aberration, an aberrant thing. Then Kekahai says, and the other, surprisingly enough, is Altus. Knowing what I know of the man, and I have actually met him, my guess would be pull it off and he'll be all for it. But he's not down to support anything until it's already succeeded. Bit of an opportunist as far as I'm concerned, but apparently his followers would argue the point, I'm sure.
Okay. What of the rest? Are they abstaining?
I think a lot are waiting to see how things fall. Ardea and Titon. Titon is very much for it, I think. You know what? No, she wouldn't say that. You know who would? Visca. I can perhaps shed some light on this, if you'll permit. You returned Barovia to its rightful place. At the behest of Titon and Ardea. I have seen it, scryed it myself. It's impressive, incredible. And I am informed that you were involved, which surprises me not at all. I didn't think you were there, but it turns out you were, and that doesn't shock me. Why should it? And I also know something else went down there. I don't know what, but I, even from here, could feel the power of what you did. Details on that would be gratefully received, but Adair and Titon both... Look, they wouldn't have let that happen, or encouraged it to happen, and I believe they were involved too, as much as they could be, if they didn't want what was going to happen afterwards to happen. You have a certainly tacit approval.
Well, this does remind me, guys, and I'll kind of look at the rest of the group, like, the fledgling god thing.
Should probably tell them.
Yeah, we should probably definitely tell them, and also, I don't know, they would probably be on our side. We're like, they're kind of in our debt.
Gabby goes, well, you've mentioned fledgling god. You can't just drop that into a sentence and...
Well, thank you so much,
It's not as bad as it
Julio.
sounds.
I was waiting for the right opportunity and for an appropriate... the conversation to flow in the appropriate direction. Thank you so much for cannonballing us there.
I didn't bring it up. They brought it up.
You certainly brought it up.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm just being honest.
So we were present in Barovia for an incredibly short amount of time. In that amount of time, we fought against an Astorial, I believe, after some reflection is what they were, who was attempting to grasp for godhood.
Yes,
we, along with...
one of ours. Sorry about that. Lost track.
Who spoke? Who was that?
This is Machiel. Not a sister, but a fellow Astorial of Gasmi. Once upon a time. Fallen. Dismissed, banished. We thought dead. But...
Wow. They may be closer to dead now. In any case, we, along with some other individuals, some who would be known to many in this room, some who are not known to me, battled her for control over what seemed like all of the elemental energy that Barovia and soul energy that Barovia had accrued over the course of however long it has existed. It is currently safe within the heart of the Older Heart, but it's in my studies of the planes and of the nature of godhood, it became clear to me that gods, the inherent nature of them is that they are balance, and so in order to keep balance must be ascended in pairs. There one individual in particular who I'm sure will be of no surprise to anyone who knows him, defender of the Older Heart, savior of the Older Heart, Nevermore, wished to ascend himself to godhood. And so, after consultation with the Older Heart, we enabled him to do so as the pairing to the tree itself. He is currently sitting in a small crystal with all of the elemental and soul energy of all of the centuries of Borovia's existence, waiting very patiently for that ascension to happen.
Bleak OG, thanks very much for joining us. Yes, Danbro does look like a ranger. The ranger in question, Kesh Glitterweave, is indeed. She is a ranger. There is also a bloke missing a limb, but that would be Bron. Winter Soldier stare. Yeah, Bron could not be further from Winter Soldier, though he does have awesome metal armor. Yeah, so shield is... yeah, it's Eric that's got the fancy shield. But yeah, you're naming all the cool shit that we have, just in different places. We're currently having a meeting to decide who gets to be God next.
We like to take turns, you know.
And the assembled bigwigs, nobles, and otherwise, all sort of take a moment to like, cool. And it is Kikihai who goes, so, what needs left to be done?
By my count, we are waiting, not waiting, we need to establish connection with the plane of water. I'm pretty sure fire has already been achieved, is that right, DM? Or
the shards of the aspect of fire that have been gathered by Julio's followers would constitute the enough of that. Whether or not Eric knows that, Julio probably does.
Look, at the very least, I would say there are so many shards of the plane of fire already on this realm that I imagine it to be a relatively trivial matter in gathering them if they were not already a part of that cornucopia of elemental energy that I witnessed very briefly earlier. So water still needs to be done. Wind, we have just done. Death plane, we certainly haven't established yet. Earth, we have an amount of energy which came from an earth elemental that wasn't finishing becoming an earth elemental yet, so I would not expect that to be enough. Otherwise,
no. It would be
yes,
it would be Machiel. Becoming.
Yes, grandmother. We haven't had a chance to report.
Oh yes.
We found Sobel.
Oh good.
We also found what's her name? We
What's
also
her
found
fuck?
Larimar.
Oh.
Sobel and Larimar were on their way to ascending to become an air elemental and a earth elemental, respectively. Respectively.
Oh.
We stopped that.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
Couldn't quite apprehend them, but well, hey Bron, you have
Yes.
you have Larimar there.
Yeah. Got him
Yes.
right here.
Left hand. Out comes. Oh.
Larimar was a lady, well, female in any case.
Oh.
Lovely to see you, Larimar, dear. Best of luck next time, you daft bitch.
And
Yeah,
life,
really, my
the
goodness.
life plane is well and truly secured via the life node as well as other means. So
Death
water
plane has
and death.
been brought on side
Yes.
What?
with the
They
souls
tried.
you
Remember, they tried
recovered.
to get it.
Ah.
We have that place, right? We can still connect to it.
The eye. Julio was the conduit.
I dropped the eye into the life node.
Yeah.
So that's done.
Machiel says, when you say turning into elemental, they were becoming, yes?
Yes.
So they were open to that plane. The plane's power was in the process of flowing into them.
They were serving as a conduit, yes.
Then they are still that unless the plane closes it off.
I suppose so.
Then that one should work.
Ooh.
And she is a paladin of... she is a worshipper of Gesmi. A wizard of Gesmi, she would be.
Nice.
And probably a sorcerer, actually. But with a wizardly bent. If I was to build her, it would probably be a 50-50 wizard-sorcerer. Which is a really inefficient build. But... and she would say... This would probably do the job. I have some knowledge of elemental planes myself. This is probably the key you need.
So DM, what I'm struggling with is the vast difference in amounts or size of power.
Fair.
Particularly given what you have kind of like inferred before. Like there's a difference between all of the souls that we say from the death plane, who my understanding wasn't that they weren't inherently connected to the death plane to begin with.
Yeah.
Versus one person who almost became an earth elemental versus an entire node from the life plane or airplane. So that is where I have
a totally fair confusion. Allow me to explain then. As Machiel, because she would have clarity on this. If Eric asked this in character, it was a valid question to have. Machiel could say, they are pairs. You have so much life at magic, you don't need much death. You have so much air magic as of right now. You don't need much earth. You have the missing element is water. You have some fire. Your choices are at this point too. One, you find much more fire and some water. Or you find much more water and you already have the fire. The fire, much more is easy to find. You have a scorched grove. The one solution, I would say, is you take that branch that just fell and you plant it in the grove. That will be a connection, a change, a conduit. Then you must find small amount of water. Other option, and actually it would be, Kikihai says, the other option is I take you where Hath told me to take you, and there is a large quantity of water magic in the ocean, not too far from Soltar's Point.
I, for one, am very excited about, you may be able to tell it in my face or in my voice, I am bursting with excitement about Julio's idea of turning the branch into an arc.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean, I will say, I started as a pirate. To go back to piracy on a fucking wood-made ship is kind of...
Let me be very clear with you, Julio. The difference between piracy and missionary work is the approval of...
How you call it? Yes, I know.
I have a feeling that those present would be happy for us to not consider ourselves to be pirates, although pirates are pretty cool.
They're pretty cool.
I know a few who
There
are
is-
rather neat.
There,
That was Raleigh, sorry. The
However-
voice was a bit odd.
so my personal recommendation to my friends would be to take that route to engage with the plane of water. However, there is something deep inside of me which feels that we need to go to the plane of fire to get active engagement more than remnants of a poor attempt at a war. The fragments that have been left here, it doesn't sit right with me. We might be able to scramble something together, but of all of the planes, the plane of fire has had the most attempts at interference in ours. And I feel like that has left us open to our energy that we gather going back that way.
I have a question, Eric. Have you spent any time communing with Hope after you reconnected?
Not within the last 2 hours, but over the last day or so, yes.
Well, I don't mean like you say something in combat and she obeys, but like I commune with all the heart. What is she feeling? What is her stance on this?
Is Hope out?
I don't think she would have been, but I think that I don't think that Eric would pull her out in response to this. I feel like they are able to communicate internally.
Yeah.
But if she wants to emerge, then he wouldn't stop it.
No.
It's just my gut as a player and as a storyteller is I'm not satisfied with with not actively engaging the fire plane in this.
Yeah. She responds with a mixture of... No, she can talk to you now. So she would say, I'm afraid going back there could tear me from you. But...
That doesn't answer the question of whether it's necessary to finish this.
It's not necessary. Though we're better equipped to deal with fire than water. What it doesn't do is lock down the whole... You'd still need something from the water plane. But I'm happy to go with you if you want to.
I would say this out loud. I think we need to make a statement to the fire plane after its centuries of attacks that we will allow this no more. I think that we should engage the water plane as well. Call it a vendetta, if you will. But I personally want our last touches to be on the fire plane as a statement of no more.
Then, and he's been silent so far, Privet pipes up. Well then, it sounds like we have our plan of action. He says, with absolutely no intention of being in any physically useful at all to it, but in any assistance I can provide, of course. My constituents compose an awful lot of your followers, Julio. And it sounds like you have a plan. It all remains to be asked is water first?
Eric, do you feel good about it? I think the only thing is we would need help making the journey there. The ship made of Aldehyde would be really cool. I'm just saying. And then, I mean, Valley and I can be on the seas again.
That would be fun.
That would be so fun.
Borain, well, the older heart then says, then it is done. I thank you for all coming tonight. And the light in him has dimmed over the last sort of time, over the period of conversation. And I wish you well. If the branch can be brought close to a root, I can assist with the manufacture, and your vessel shall be readied.
I think it would be befitting of an ark of the older heart that it remains alive. It is something to be considered as a plant and as a piece of the older heart, even when separate.
Borain nods, and the light within him goes out. And the body slumps to the bench, to the table. Catches itself, looks up and says, "It has been an honor and a pleasure walking one last time. Travel safely, all of you. I gave my strength willingly." And then the form collapses. And I think we'll leave it there.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Just quickly before we move on, can I just get a list again of the for and against? What I've got written down is Hath, Gaspard, Rhea, and Gesme.
Hath, Gaspard, Rhea, Gesme, Altus, Titon, and Ardea.
Ardea.
And Nabar as well.
And Nabar.
And Nabar, yes.
Against are Kren, Children, Henwin, and Altus. But
Yeah.
Altus is like, hey,
Altus
if you can
is-
do it, Pog. But
Altus is not going to
Altus
oppose
isn't
it.
really opposed. It's more of
Yeah.
an abstain after you spoke
It's
about
very much an abstain, but a more vigorous abstain than, like, he
He's
has
Switzerland.
he has an opinion, and the opinion is, I'm gonna wait and see, but it's a kind of an aggressive
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see, and if it looks bad, he will have been against it from the get-go.
Yeah.
Whereas the others are, look, if they pull it off, great. If they don't, then I guess we are back to where we were.
And Clurin, the two?
Children is,
They
twins.
are abstaining.
They are Luma.
They're abstaining.
And they are considered to be, two for one. But they are the one is the same as both, but they're two. And they children is against it.
Yeah, there's also the servant deity that I think is abstaining fully, right? From
They are
this.
abstaining. The name escapes me.
Kareth?
Yep.
Kareth, yeah,
Kareth.
and the Luma deity.
That's children.
Oh shit! Who's the other one? Hanera,
yes, of the Gallus. They are also... the Gallus deity is very grounded. Extremely earth-aligned. And, is... The dealings of trees is sort of not their important. It doesn't... Yeah. They've never felt particularly bonded to either. One way or the other.
Okay.
Kareth. Kareth is an odd one, you would think. Kareth is relatively warlike.
Growthy.
And and pro growth, very that. But that one is it's odd, but not like it has not been explained, their position.
Okay. Cool.
Just before we continue on, I don't know what your plans are. Not that you've necessarily made them yet, Josh, but I don't know what your plans are for next session. But I do want to have a moment with Bron regarding the regeneration.
Yep.
So if that would be appropriate to do next session, I'm happy to do it next session. But otherwise, if we think you might skip over it,
no,
I wouldn't mind.
We will pick right up where we left off. I just thought it would be that was a fairly impactful moment to leave it. I always look for some tug of the heartstrings to leave it on. Yeah, it's been known. Let's have a quick little round of favorite moments, everybody. This is what we like to do at the end of our streams, where we go back and we talk about the cool moments and the interesting decisions made by the characters of the day. So can we have an exclamation mark roll space the number 5 in chat, please? Roll space 5, exclamation mark roll the word space 5, so that we can decide who goes first. Because there's been some solid roleplay by everybody today. I think this has been one of my favorite episodes in a while. That's a 3. That's Bron. Oh, good. Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to go first. John, I was like, do I? I don't want to point it out. No. When I said to you, Bron has recently lost his chill, and you were like, and I hadn't really, you were acting it really, really well, but you were thinking about it. I loved how you were like, he's not chill, hey, and just, you were, I had not insighted.
He's not what?
What? Oh, sorry, you skipped through a bit.
I apologize.
He's not
chill. I said to you, he has lost the ability to be chill, he is.
The internet is fucking us over.
No.
Oh, wait, nope, you're back.
Oh, don't you dare!
Oh, we're so close.
We're so close! Don't you dare, internet!
Bastards!
Stop edging us.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
I have a weird moment, if I may. It's like
hang up.
The absence of.
Wait.
Oh, you have something more because we didn't hear what.
No. But there's no point you speaking because chat can't hear.
I see. It's.
I really appreciate you going on, but if the internet's fucky on my end, then no other good is done.
No. No.
But it looks like it's fine now. Like if you can hear me, then the audience can hear you. Where's Karen gone?
Karen says BRB. So. Restarting her thing, I guess.
Yeah, that is weird. Karen is there. She is. She's back. Watchful Wizard can. You bet. I will continue flattering Bron, and I will try. I'll go from the beginning. I really enjoyed you when you. I pointed out that you had lost your ability to be chill about unfortunate things, and you had already been planning to do that, and I was just like, I was like, do I point out that I don't want to tell him how to play his character, but yeah, Karen, do you want to come in here?
Yeah, my camera's refusing to turn on.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me at least?
I can hear you, yeah. That's weird. But yeah, and the way you played Bron as... There we go. Yeah.
Nobody move!
The way you played Bron as having lost his cool, having lost his chill, was so cool. I loved the way you did that.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, I will say more at the end, but yes, thank you.
Just the fundamental shift of character was awesome.
I really enjoyed you deciding that if you're gonna lose an arm, can I at least get, like, exchangeable hands?
Right.
Like, even though Bron was a bit thrown off, he's still like, wait, we have a cool technical opportunity here. Because, yeah, I could have normal hats, or I could have interchangeable hats, which I think we would all agree would be cooler.
Yeah.
So, like, even though you're going to get your arm back, I still kind of hope you work out a way to give yourself, like, interchangeable hands, because that would be cool.
That would be great.
And coming up with these really awesome ideas to mask how not okay he is at the loss of a limb. Yeah. He's like, that's okay. That's okay. It's so Bron, but it's forced for the first time. And it was, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's an interesting one to choose because it's like what Bron didn't do, but when Josh described this like amazing scene of the choir and everything happened and said, hey, do you want to add anything? And John was like, no, it's good. I don't want to like add anything. I don't want to detract anything. And I think that's a very strong choice for improv to say like, hey, this is not needed. I don't remember what band it was, but I've heard like a story of some like very famous band where a drummer was credited on a song that he didn't play on because he abstained from playing because he was like, this doesn't need a drum line. So they were like, yeah, that's a good decision. You're credited for it, you know. So
you sat quietly for 3.5 minutes. Well done. That was a great choice. Yeah.
Yeah,
because
as a drummer. Yeah.
Josh already like described it so beautifully. I think anything that we would have done on top of that just wouldn't really improve it. And I think that's wise.
That's the thing. I would really have loved to, but I was like, no, there's nothing. This is great. What? This would just be gilding a lily at this point.
But also, it was in character for him at the time. He was so out of it that he was like, I don't think I have anything to contribute. And that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing.
For me, it was probably a combination of all the many different things that Bron was seeking out to do to busy himself and to distract himself from what had just happened. Rather than one single thing for me.
Yeah, he absolutely was. I think, gosh, it's hard to pick a single moment. I actually really enjoyed hugging the vine, and bringing that back, that subconscious kind of callback. That was cool.
Yeah, that was a really good choice.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think coming back to what Josh was saying, I was not sure where the line was about how panicking he was. So I'm very glad you did point it out, is my point. Because you're right, it did bring it out more, and it needed to. But yeah, it was fun, and a lot as well.
Yeah, I've been excited to see how that would play out for a little while now. That's super cool. Alrighty, glorious. Tony rolled a 4, which means Cash. Oh no, of 4, that would be Eric actually, but Tony did roll it of the D5. So we'll do Cash first. Sort of a DM moment too, but I liked when the Alderheart asked Mr. Hydegraph to contribute. John beamed. Yeah, that was cute, and I was like,
so happy.
I got to the end. I did it in sort of the order of the amount of impact these people have had on this particular thing. When I was like, got to Bron, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. He actually did, like, he was the one who channeled the god energy into the orb. The Alderheart doesn't actually know that. But, like, that was not specified, and it didn't happen on this plane of existence, so the Alderheart is fucking clueless. But it's like, I assume he helped. So, yeah, he should probably be credited, drama or not. So, yeah.
For Cash, I really appreciated the... like very, very often Karen does the groundedness of her choices, to like spend the time with just like talking to normal people and making sure that the government doesn't fuck them over. I really appreciate, because like we have so much esoteric bullshit happening. We're making gods left and right, but having the connection to like the real people living in Alderheart, I think that's really cool.
Yep.
For me, it was probably going to the hospital and having that moment, that conversation with Kyle.
Like, hey, Cash, you have 2 hours of downtime for the first time in fucking weeks. Yeah, I'm gonna go and hang out with people who've just lost everything. Yeah. For me, it was your chat with the girl at the beginning. Whose name? Because I just made him up on the fly. Vera, that's the one. Yeah, when you talk to Vera, and just how do you do it? Even when you make when you make the objectively right choice and somebody still dies, how do you deal with that? And your answer was the only thing you can say. But it was the right thing to say in the moment. It was the only thing you could say in the moment, but you said it. I had the exact same moment, but I actually wrote down what I really liked was when Vera asked, like, how do you deal with it? And you said, deal with what specifically? Because there's a lot to deal with. Yeah, but it is also like the perfect response to somebody who's freaking out is no, be specific and like ground them to really help them like kind of come down from panic. And it was like this merge of like, that's what you really do in real life. And also that makes it perfectly the right response to do here. It was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, cool. Karen, favorite self?
Yeah, you guys have kind of said most. Yeah, I really like the conversation with Vera. And kind of, when the question first came up, I was like, oh, fuck, what do I say to her? Oh my god. And then I was just like, don't panic, Karen. You got this. What would you need to hear right now? And it was, think about how much worse it would have been if you had done nothing. Like, it may feel like, you didn't do enough and everything is terrible, but it would have been so much worse if you had done nothing. Which is a weird way to comfort yourself, but
That's actually what I was thinking when you had that question of the fact that you made a decision. Whoever you chose would have been a one less life or two less lives lost than if you had been paralyzed by trying to make a decision and doing nothing.
And I know particularly for me, like, I don't know, I kind of do okay in a crisis. If everyone else is panicking, I'm like, chill. Whereas if everyone else is chill, I feel like it's my turn to panic.
Panic? Yes.
Or at least you're allowed to because there's room.
Yeah. And I'm like, it's always like, if it's crunch time, if the chips are down, you just have to make a call and go with it. Because if you end up paralyzed by, fear or confusion or not being able to make a decision, it'll definitely be worse. You got to do something.
As I recall, there is a Roald Dahl poem, and there's a line in it that I think is something along the lines of, if you can keep your cool when all around you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. At the end of it is, you'll be a man, my son. Which is less. Look, Roald Dahl was from a long time ago, but it's deeply patriarchal. But I always thought it was like that hits really hard, that particular line.
I think we can see it as more of a, you will be like a full-on adult.
You'll be an adult, my child.
Yeah.
But I also liked kind of Kesh's realization when she was talking to Kyle. She was just like, absolutely no way am I letting this slide.
Yeah.
I will be on that council so hard until everybody is fixed.
Watchful Wizard, stop being real. This is a game. Hey,
but yes,
man,
very much summarizes my own feelings about, healthcare. I'm like, no. What, you're just gonna leave him here, paralyzed from the waist down? Get the fuck out of here.
The fact that he fell out of the Older Heart and can still use his arms is insane.
Yeah, dude, you fell out of an enormous tree. The fact you're not dead is
a bloody miracle.
Incredible.
Kipling. It is Kipling. Thank you, Brendan. Yeah.
It's called If.
If. Yeah. If. And all the lines begin with, yeah. Well
you
done.
want to talk
Did you
about
just Google it,
problematic?
or did
Kipling
you,
is
did you know
way more problematic than Roald Dahl.
He is, yeah.
I mean, Roald Dahl's up there too. But no, I did Google it, but I think that someone gave me a fridge magnet or something with that poem on it for my graduation. I'm like, that ain't Roald Dahl.
No. I remember because
but it's another problematic old dead white man
whose name begins with R. Yeah. Yes. Who wrote interesting things for children and also for grown-ups. Yeah.
Would this be a good time to mention I was in a play called Dead White Males at uni? At high school. It was great.
You were Shakespeare.
I was Shakespeare. They gave me a fake beard and everything.
I had another one, tiny little one, using your Hath stamp to kiss people on the forehead. Was just cute. I enjoyed it. Alrighty, that's a D3, has been rolled in chat, and that is a 3, which means of the rest of us, Eric, favorite Brendan moments.
I'd just like to say, it's not because I can't think of anything. I'm trying to decide which one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really, really liked how you were very adamant about, hey, we need to do something against the fire plane. And this was years ago, right? But the whole thing started with the fire plane, the Scorching Grove, the tenders, all of that connection, bringing it back. I think it really, really makes sense.
Yeah. To that, and it's not my favorite moment, but I had not considered that, and I'm really glad you pointed it out, because narratively, it would, beginning to the end, it would make a good narrative.
It's a bookend.
Yeah. I hadn't really thought of that, but yes. So thank you for that.
It was just kind of something that I felt in the moment really strongly of, and Eric obviously has an inherent tie to the fire plane, but it's gathering up little bits of shards and stuff doesn't feel narratively satisfying.
Yeah.
And even if it isn't narratively necessary for us to make the thing happen, it felt you've
defeated the fire plane, but you haven't got a bit of it.
Yeah.
Is the trick. Whereas a lot of the other things you've defeated, you deliberately kept a bit. The biggest bit of the fire plane you've got is Kesh's bow. Which could serve, but it's not.
You can't take that from us.
If you
How
had
would we deal any damage?
Of water plane, then it
also,
would
will it be destroyed? Because I kind of want to keep it.
Yeah.
I mean,
would have to make
the logistics of the magic item aside, it's not a satisfying way
it's
of...
not. No.
Hey, this thing that you happen to have the entire time that you weren't really considering for that, that'll do.
Yeah, and very much true. And reminds me that
particularly
I
for
have,
what really feels like the instigating plane of all of this bullshit.
And particularly given that I have in every title of this no rush, and you're completely right. Awesome. I loved Eric's. I loved Eric's downtime activity. The suggestion of using plant growth to turn into a triage stations up in basically using that to build into the bark. And I was like, I'm taking that and moving it more. Yes. That's a really cool idea. Just mass plant growth, which has been cast. And you're like, okay, let's do something with this. And yeah, you've got an awakened tree that you're doing it to. Yeah, just a really smart idea. A lot of you came up with really cool ideas that I was just like, I'm going to riff with this. We'll get to Dari in a second. Yeah.
I really enjoyed when you were talking about, no, we have to end with the fire plane. Like, if there's ever a choice that needs to be made, Eric's always the one to be like, no, I've actually got, I have a decision to make. I know what I want, and it's informed. And like the rest of us will usually have two of those three, but Eric just about always has all three. And yeah, it's always really great. I know if there is a choice to be made narratively, I just go, cool. At the end of the day, if we can't come to a consensus, Eric will pick away.
Sometimes without waiting for the rest of us.
Only occasionally, but yes.
He will wait for the rest of you
choices
to have a chance. But if the chance is, then he will take the suspect.
It's like, look, if no one else is making this decision, I will make it. They've all voiced their opinions. He never goes without somebody having an opinion first. But if everyone's had their opinions and everyone's still vacillating, he makes the choice.
And that's always really important, and I always really respect it. And I'm very glad for it. Yeah.
I also respect Eric's desire to do this right. Like, we're not just gonna do it, we're gonna do it properly. Like, this is a big thing. We're not just gonna toss any old elemental shit into the cook pot. We're gonna get some premium cuts of elemental shit and put it in the crock pot.
If we're gonna make a god, let's not do it good enough. Let's commit to this bullshit.
There is the other balancing factor of you've already got the ingredients for one god, so you might be diluting that a little bit. But while you're cooking up the ingredients for a second. But yeah, you've already got plenty of god power already. This is just making sure the balance is the point. And it was a really good point, and I think it was Eric that made it, was the balance is off. But I had considered the balance, and I was like, as long as you've got one of each pairing in a sufficient quantity, that'll do it. There are three different kinds of flavor. There's the earthy, airy, the water, fiery, and the lifey, deathy. And as long as you've got one or two, one of the two, that'll do it. But yeah, anyway. Favorite self, Eric?
Probably gathering everyone up prior to going into the meeting.
Yeah.
To have a huddle. And then saying, Julio, this is your thing.
Yeah.
Because Eric very easily could have himself or deferred to Kesh to be like, okay, this is the game plan, but it's Julio's the Pope. Yeah. This is Julio's thing. Julio, lead us on this. That's probably what I'm proudest of.
Yeah, that's it.
Particularly given all the argumentation about between the two of them about stuff, that was important to have that moment of deference.
We haven't lost that playful banter, but it's still, but yeah, Eric has been clear. Yeah, gorgeous. All right, excellent. Need a D2! ! Roll space the number 2, and a 2 will be rolled. I'm calling it now. As long as I don't roll it. There you go. See, thank you, Shannon. I'm good at this. Hey, buddy, good to see you, mate. That's a Julio. Favorite Julio. I don't need to go first because there are several I could pick.
Then kindly don't. I'm not going to.
Nice.
I'm not going to say the obvious one because someone else is going to say that. But I'm going to go with the second most obvious one, turning the Song of Rest into this hymn, speaking in tongues. Also, I did catch the mention of the first Oldaean words their DM, but I thought that was a really creative use of that ability, which was turned into this really cool moment.
That was going to be mine. That was the obvious one for me. But I can definitely do another one. But I don't have to. I'm pretty sure. Bron, John, Karen, whoever.
I wrote down here, although so much stuff has happened, the hug, just like being everything that happened with Mercy, was just so lovely, and yeah, being open to Bron crashing in afterwards. But yeah, I really enjoyed just that moment where you're like, yeah, do you want a hug? Can we? Yes, great, cool, love it. It was a nice kind of cap on the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, there goes my second.
Wow.
Karen, do you want to go 3 for 3? I'm curious.
It's a silly moment, but I love how excited Julio was by the idea of turning the branch into a ship.
Fuck!
Just that.
There it is, 3 for 3.
Just that beautiful childish joy of, we can make it into a ship. We can do that. Did you want to make it into a ship? We can make it into a ship. Do you guys want to make it into a ship?
That could be a boat. You just hear your little shoulder, Arthur. It's like an angel, but it's not. It's like, Julio, that could be a boat.
That could be a boat.
Like, you don't say. Get me my thinking grenades.
That might work. All right, I can do 4. I can come up with a 4th favorite moment that hasn't been stolen. It has been mentioned before, but your ability to just talk, to begin in character. You are often, Julio is often called upon to be the person who begins, who starts the proceedings, who gets things off, and gets things going, and that is absolutely what, you did at the meeting. You're like, okay, all right, I guess it's me then. I am the mouth of the party, if not the face, and I will talk. And yeah, your ability to always bring it when it is needed for Julio, yeah.
Yippee! My favorite moment is connected to that, actually, in that conversation, but it's specifically apologizing to the politicians of the political heads of the Old Heart and the Amaranthine representatives for not consulting, not letting them know, because like Julio in the beginning of this whole Old Heart arc was very he was just like drunk on the idea of it, on this newfound faith, because he has never experienced it. And so this is also part of the reason why he was so against Eric's cautiousness about it, because he's like, this is obviously good, why would we not do it, but as the time goes on and his responsibility, the amount of people under him grows, I think I really enjoy bringing more humility and more wisdom to how he acts, because he still thinks this is a good idea, but he's not doing it willy-nilly. So I appreciated the opportunity to tell them look, I'm sorry we didn't tell you, but here it is.
Furthermore, to the apology, the articulation of, we did this, we didn't really know what we were doing, but it was clear that it was good, was a really interesting way of articulating that. That's
it. Yeah. All right. Excellent. Well, We've been streaming for a gosh darn while,
Hey,
but
no,
we do still need
I
to do
think,
favorite DM moments.
Wait a minute. Oh, look.
Yeah,
Watchful
actually.
Wizard. Rolled a 1.
Actually.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so I have one. I mean, the way you built on us, like, because all I gave you was like, I want to do a Song of Rest kind of liturgy, and you built this entire beautiful scene about it, and like woven into it so many things, including there's just straight up a node there now. Like, I really like how you not only end scenes, but you make them mechanically influence the game. Like things tangibly change through them, which is really, really cool.
Thank you.
I don't know if I want to call this my favorite or least favorite, but fuck me. Like,
Was it Mommy and Daddy?
I mean, yeah, that was part of it, but Jesus Christ, the whole, yes. I think I really wanted to say that, take a bigger overview in that you really weren't afraid to to throw us, I guess, in the deep end at all in this episode. Like, everybody got a dose of like, holy shit, are we going here? Like, wow. And it gave us all an opportunity to really kind of delve into our characters, and having a bit of a taste of like, what's the word? Improvisation thrown on me. I'm like, man, Jesus, you do this all the time. This is a lot. It's exhausting. But yeah, it just kind of goes to show that you are really, I guess, I would call that bravery, just to be like, great, I think they can handle this. I want to go here.
I am extremely blessed. I have two. We're in the process of wrapping up the other one, but I have 2 full campaigns worth of, 2 full parties worth of extremely gifted role players, and with seriously strong long form storytelling chops, who can sense and every now and again with Brendan, for example, know when story, like, can point and assist me in the guiding of the storyline, it is, I think, the primary difference between when I began this world 200 odd years ago, episodes ago. It feels sometimes, wow, that was Freudian. The trust I can have, and the death grip does not need to be maintained on the narrative. The entire premise of this, we're at 36 of Elements and Evil, and there has been another sort of campaign in which it was involved as well, is entirely Daria's idea.
Yeah, wow.
I didn't incite this. This is Daria's fault.
So it's her fault.
Hey.
But I'm proud, and I'm blessed that I have that resource that I can turn to. But trust goes both ways.
Yep.
And yeah.
I mean, this is so really cool because, like, I've never been in a campaign where not just me but anyone had the opportunity to like start a full-ass functioning religion and it picking up. You know, not many DMs allow this sort of change, big drastic change in their world for the decision of the player. So that's really, really cool.
Thank you. Now, Watchful Wizard says, thinking about people falling, leading to explaining to all the wind flowing around the tree, glowing elemental, all the heart, the lovely amaranthine talk, etc. And then Tony goes, and here I thought I was older than you, Josh. 200 years ago. It feels like it, Tony. Every now and again, I'm forcefully reminded I'm only 39.
I really liked the... Well, I think that maybe they gave us a bit more insight than the individuals in universe necessarily would have. I enjoyed hearing about the amaranthine and the lore behind them and their reasoning for supporting or not the ascension of the older heart. I found that to be really fascinating.
It was interesting to have to sit down and figure out who would and who wouldn't. Very much in real time, because Daria, one of you said it, I think it was Daria, I want to know who's for and who's against. And I was like, fuck, I need to figure that out then. And I actually started with a number. I was like, it needs to be, I reckon 4 are not for it. are like positively not for it. And then I had to reverse engineer which ones and why. And so I wrote a list, and I was like, Cran, that's easy. Children, he's chaotic and weird, that'll do. And I was like, Altus, actually, Altus is, you need to be strong enough to stand on your own 2 feet before I'll help you, which kind of feels like the exact opposite of what a god should do. But he is all about self-attainment. And then I was like, and Henwin, there you go. And I will figure out why in the moment. But
I think that justification was really natural.
Yeah. Like, you pulled it out of your ass, but you pulled something good out of it. So that's very good.
Karen knows
which, considering it came out of your ass, is not bad.
Karen knows that my prep for this session only began about an hour before it actually happened. Unfortunately, unfortunately, you guys didn't do any of the shit I wrote.
Oh no!
In that hour, I spent I spent about 20 minutes of it figuring out how to make oodalali, golly what a day, fit into the intro, and then the rest of it was prepping for stuff you haven't done yet.
What haven't we done?
Fucking priorities, man. You gotta get the oodalali working.
I felt like this was pretty well focused.
Yeah. No, I want to be very clear. I'd prepped everything you've done today in a previous day. But when I say I prepped everything you've done today, all I had prepped was the meeting in the tree.
Yeah.
Literally everything else, I just wrote, we need to resolve John's hand. We need to resolve Bron's memories. We need to resolve Bron's not being alive right now. I made exactly 0 notes on how to do any of those things. And that should be evidence because I backtracked as soon as I started. I was like, wait! He could be asleep and see his mum and dad. And like, rewind, and did that. I straight up forgot we had. I thought I had an extra hour and I didn't. Is why. And Andor was distracted by an interesting conversation with my wife for about 45 minutes when she came home.
Yeah, that did happen.
So that's not a brag or a flex. It was more of a, hey, I did not plan this particularly well, and I'm happy with how well it came out. My favorite moment for me would be, generally, I love that I can trust myself to be able to pull shit out of my ass. Like, I know the world well enough, I know what's going on well enough that I can, like, throw stuff at you. And, yeah, in a session where I had not prepped as much, because it is a roleplay heavy session, and I had always anticipated that, I knew that there would be a lot of, I could just ask you questions and we can riff. And those are some of my favorite, and I would argue some of the best sessions we've ever had, is us just, hey, we're characters in a world riffing in real time, and it's so fun. I love doing that.
I was going to say that was a big part as well of trusting yourself to be able to figure it out, but also that I think it was Julio/Daria in real time who helped you to find that reasoning for why is Henwin the god of nature not pro the giant tree? And so not being precious about feeling that you must have
the answer.
Sole responsibility or ownership over that, I think is important to highlight.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Of like, I've got a vibe, I can't really articulate it.
Yeah.
If you want this articulated, let's work it out together. Yeah.
Watchful Wizard, you spend a long time sticking shiny things up your ass to pull out at a moment's notice. Narratively speaking, you are so on the money. I have 3...
Because I could just see Josh at a table of shiny things going, yes.
Yes, flared base.
In the world of theatre history, there's a term for that. I think it's called Chekhov's anus.
I would say there were 3 bits that I was really proud of.
You'll find out in the last act.
There were 3 bits I was particularly proud of. It was riffing on Julio's Song of Rest and turning it into another amphitheater, and that it was riffing on Eric's tree lifting up and downing, turning that into new housing, and riffing on the netting to catch, and the wind is now an integral part controlled by the tree itself. Just taking someone else's idea and going like, fuck yes, actually that's awesome, let's do that. Those are my favorite, so my favorite would be that. Just being able to take someone else's awesome idea and add. Yes, and to the X degree. Awesome. Thank you. Have I been thoroughly flattered? I have one more Daria, actually. The tear. Julio's whole thing is eyes and tears. There's a lot of eye and tear motif around Julio's switchgear. Nabar gave him a tear. And a single tear to drop into the pool to be mercy was dope. Loved that. And fed very much the making mercy of bodies there and then. I had not initially anticipated her reanimating exactly that boom, but kind of made sense in the moment. She is empowered by what remained of Charles in the pond. It was literally Charles' dirty bathwater. Alrighty, well guys, we've been playing for a gosh darn while. We need to find somebody to raid. Dread has gone. Oh, that's a shame. But we can find somebody else. We could drop a raid over on... We've got Songs of 6, which is version 70 early access. Agent number 1 is playing. I think that's probably... You know what? We will drop a raid on One Pitch Man, because Tony has just acquired Total Warhammer 3. And Tony, if you want advice on how does good well play, One Pitch Man is playing Total Warhammer 3 right now, I think. Yes. And is a better player than I. So we will drop you a raid over there. Total Warhammer is an amazing game that I adore. One Pitch Man, I was playing Ogres a few years ago, and he was streaming, and I was like, I'll drop a raid over on him. He is streaming the same thing, and we have mutual raided several times. It's good fun. He's a nice bloke. So show your favorite raider modes up in chat. Tell One Pitch Man where you came from. Show them the love like we always do, and we will see you, most of us actually, Brendan and I will see you on Monday night for some more Candlekeep. And the rest of us will be back on Thursday for more Humblewood. So say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Don't forget to like and subscribe, you wee scallywags! Avast for now! Whee!